Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome to our celebration of life. Over our dearly beloved missing link. You hope I'm wearing black? Good news. I purposefully wore black. It wasn't even born. Gone too soon, you know? Some people have funerals for miscarriages. That is a thing, you know? It's... Are we laughing? Because that's how we cope. This is how we're dealing with it, okay? People said. I hope you like, see, I feel like I'm a funeral home that got, like, very put upon at the last second to, like, throw something together. So this is my, I'm playing it over the speakers from, like, my phone, you know. There's just a bunch of, like, fold-out chairs, you know, sitting around. I'm trying to put this little thing together for everyone. Steve Krell, high heel shoe earned. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Tags major character death, bittersweet ending, hurt no comfort. Yeah. as far as we know, yes. Okay. All right. Wow, thank you for the subscription. Wow, a hype train. Everybody get hyped in the funeral home. To pay my respects. Thank you, thank you. Well, we're level 2. And we're not far away from 3. This is all going to the fund for the bereaved family. You know, I'm passing around my little, like, church bowl for money. Hurry chuckle, I think it's serious discussion. Yeah, this... Oh, I'm gonna bellyache, but we are gonna talk about it. Some funerals can be festive. Honestly, yes. Actually, genuinely. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go over here. And we're gonna see our beloved Marsh. Gone too soon. Let me just move that guy down. And I think I have 2. A little annoying. Hold on a second. Checking something. Okay. Sorry if that, like, doubled up or something. That's fixed. Haven. Oh my god, thank you. For the bereaved, which is us, by the way. What is this dot over there? What is that? It must just be on the screenshot or something. Anyway, whatever. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the hype train. I appreciate it. We're at a very exciting level 3 on this, our funeral for Missing Link that got dropped at 11:30 on a Tuesday. What did I tell you? Anytime we get news, it's some fucking nowhere time in the middle of the week. Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate it. Yeah, I did cut my hair not that long ago. It's starting to grow into the proper length. That dot is a part of the funeral. Hey, I'm not asking the dot to leave. You know, I'm just acknowledging that it's there. We'll make the missing link. And I am wearing black. My shorts are striped, but that's kind of the closest I could get. So that's kind of what we're dealing with today. Boy, boy, baddie boy, welcome. And thank you. Copying this from Super Butterbuns chat. Okay, hold on. Thank you, squirrel. and, and the tombstone little emote. They might have tried to rework Missing Link to not be as dependent on GPS or even mobile, but they realized it would cost too much money and they decided not to dive headfirst into a sunk cost fallacy. Honestly, hard to know. There's nothing that we just can't know, right? Woke up to Niku DM saying, Gabby, they hit the Pentagon. That is what I said. I did send the link to the announcement to Gabby, and I said, Gabby, they hit the Pentagon, and that was all I said. I just left it. So, what if this is a meta joke by Nomura and it's not canceled? Haha, haha, yeah. Let's all fucking cross our fingers and hope, right? I'm not playing this. The first thing I saw when I woke up. Well, it got the news across, right? We're so good at coping. Yeah, pretty good at that. It's so silly when Kingdom Hearts is your coping a little bit. It's the stupid little brain worms that are getting me through the day. You know what I mean? And then suddenly I don't get to have it anymore. Was Missing Link really gonna have Riku lore? If that's true, then I'll actually be sad. I mean, we don't know. We can't know. The only thing that would imply it was that, like, when it was first announced, it was basically showcasing, you know, cucks and everything, and then our current, Darkseeker saga, and then it was supposed to be in between that, which also included showing Riku looking at the door.
Gimme!
So there would be some connection, but, like, we don't know. We have no idea. We don't fucking know anything. I have to do something, though, right? Because it's crucial lore. That's the impression I was under, especially, cucks. Yeah, cucks. All right, don't be a coward. We're calling it cucks. It's already like 3 times in the announcement. I feel bad, but I want to know more. Never pushing notice for the official account. What did I miss with Riku in the door? You didn't really miss anything. It was just in the announcement trailer, he was a part of that when it was just like, everything is all connected. Am I really like a hair away from... Okay, never mind, it finished. Hype chests. Yahoo! I wanted to make another key kid. I also wanted to make another key kid. I was excited about that. The real cuckolds were the friends we made along the way. It's true. The death of Missing Link. May 13th. Never got to make one. I'm so sad. I know. A lot of people wanted to, because a lot of people missed out on cucks the first time around. You know what I mean? Here. I'm going to, and you're gonna have to deal with me, right? Again, this is a celebration of life. So when I play music, it will, in the rotation, have Missing Link music. We're just gonna have to deal with that. What did I get? A balloon, animal, dog, and he poops balloon animal poop. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. At the funeral. Thank you very much.
Gimme!
Now I have this big ass phone for.
Thanks.
I guess
babe.
Roblox only now.
Yeah. Guess Roblox only. I think about trying it out mostly to see if I could make my player character look like Riku. But I was always scared it was gonna melt my phone. Now we'll never know if it would. Almost like Missing Link is still with us. Yeah, I can hear it now. There it is. God damn, dude. That sucks so much. There it is. The Skull Fight music was so good. I know. We can look back on clips. Music was so cozy, cute, and jazzy. I know. I don't like mobile games, but I was actually excited to play Missing Link. See, I was excited for... It was very much like kind of a fully fledged action game, but on my phone. And here's the thing. I am of, like, two parties here, right? In that, like, I understand when people don't want mobile games. I get it. That's fine, right? I understand because it's like there's a lot of stupid bullshit that comes along with that. You have to contend with the fact that this game will go offline at some point and we won't have access to it anymore unless they go out of their way to make an offline version, which, like, example, like Nintendo did that with Pocket Camp, right? The Animal Crossing phone game. They just made an actual offline version that you could purchase and then you just have it forever. Fantastic. That's smart. Most things do not do that. And so this, even in the best case scenario where we get Missing Link and then everything was like Gucci for like a good several years or something, we were always going to have to contend with the fact that it was going to go down and die and go away and we won't have access to it anymore. The EU required mobile games to have an offline version, I'm pretty sure. Well, fantastic. That's smart. Like a live service. Yeah, because I think it's something where it's like if you can sink money into it and then it just goes away is not great. Which obviously those things can kind of happen, but like it's like different, you know what I mean? Seen some beta test vids and I was very impressed. Like, wow, this is on mobile, amazing. Yes. So for those who don't know, welcome all 75 of you or something. Hi. So I did not get to play the beta like firsthand on my phone, but one of my best friends, right, did get into the beta. This is the character we made together. Their name was Marsh, right? We all love Marsh. And I got to like be present, like watching like on the glass, right? As they played through the whole, like all of the they got in both betas, okay? Yeah, my wife, not my romantic partner, but my wife. And so I got to be there for the beta in both cases, right? In both, like when it was obviously available to, there were at least 3 betas. There was one in Japan specifically, and then we got one that was like, okay, cool, you know, UK, Australia, stuff like that. So anyway, I got to see the fucking game, like, firsthand. I got to see it from the first beta we got our hands on, and then the improvements in the second beta. Like, is Gemma here? No, it's too late at this point. It's like midnight over there, so after midnight. I like watching the beta stuff because I wanted to see it firsthand for myself, and now, well, good news, it's out there. You can see it. I still have stuff from the beta. We have our screenshots, you know, we have video that was taken. The cutscenes are like archived essentially. So now would be the time to go look, I guess, right? But I've seen the game like firsthand. I've seen playing through it and messing around in it and just having a good time with it and everything. And like I said this before in stream and it still remains true, is that like that game was like pretty ready to go. Like that was something where, yeah, there was some like polish and stuff. Like it was a beta and some things looked like they were in beta and that's totally fine, right? But it was something where like as far as the core game went and running around and doing stuff and like the customization and just even like the base just gameplay of playing a fucking action game on your phone was like good and it felt good and it was good to go. And so when I was talking about it the first time, I was like, I would expect this to come out soon. Like there's probably some little things they have to clean up a little bit, but like I don't like, I've seen like mobile games come out in worse states. You know what I mean? I've seen them come out and improve over time, and that's fine. That's normal, right? And then I was like, oh, they're taking some time. Well, okay, if they're just polishing some stuff up, then that's just even better. I'm not complaining, right? And now here we are, and now it's just gone, actually gone forever, which is baffling. Like, it was taking so long, and that was just like, well, they must be like, I never thought that it being as far as it was and as good a state it was in that we got our hands on, that it would lead to just straight canceling before it even got out the gate. You know what I mean? Do you think they canceled it if it was that far along? Money, also devs probably fighting to keep it alive. It's exactly the same. It looked so close to finished, and now this. Is putting down a lot of its mobile games and is changing a lot internally. I imagine Missing Link could not figure out a good gotcha system. Yeah, that is my general understanding. Also, yeah, in any creative situation, something can be really far along and just get canceled. That's an ever-present risk that exists. I have personally worked on game dev stuff that was finished. I finished it personally, and it just didn't get to go in because of publishers, essentially. Party outside of like dev control. There are many people you have. Making a game takes a lot of people and a lot of steps and a lot of groups, and there are many like rings of like what people have say over, you know what I mean? You have like bosses above you that have nothing to do with the actual game creation, but they can go, I'm not really feeling this, you know what I mean? And like pull the plug in to some capacity. So, having like created stuff that got finished and then it just went, actually, we're not going to do that because it costs too much money. Even though we already paid you to do it. And it's not, never mind, we're just cutting our losses, so it's stopping. And I did that. I worked on stuff like that. It fucking happens. And I'm not saying that as a like, well, it happens, you should just, it sucks when it happens. It sucks ass. It's just like, there is no real like sense to, well, it was already finished, let's get it out there. If it is cheaper for them in the long run to pull the plug for any given reason, and they feel like it's not gonna pan out, they can and will just do that. And my read on it, obviously with no insider information, but like my read on the whole thing is it probably wasn't going to make money, and mobile games have been not doing great. And there was also, I know you guys are saying stuff, but like I have to get my, I could be reading and responding to this all day and I won't get anywhere with the things I wanted to say. But wouldn't this be the second KH mobile game that got canceled? Sort of, I guess. It depends on what you consider. Square Enix upper management is dumb as rocks, and they've been canceling a lot of disposable projects lately to recoup losses over the NFT scam. Yeah, I remember I was ranting about that in the kitchen last night. Anyway, my read on that is that there were a lot of internal shifts at the company where they were kind of, you know, moving around and changing their kind of like roadmap for output, right? Where they were changing how like the production pipeline works. And under that, there was definitely a worry of like, well, I hope, you know, projects that are already going don't get fucked. And you know, it went for a while of no news must be good news, at least, right? They must be just working on it, and I'm sure they were, but like, it's something that's like, they were probably fighting desperately to keep it alive, and that's something that really sucks, but like, it also isn't conducive to like making money on the thing. And even having looked at the beta, and that's clearly, this is not a judgment of like a full game, and things can change, and they can add stuff, and whatever, right? But like the way that the gotcha part of it was like working, it reminded me of Cucks in a way that like, and I'm also somebody who's not terribly gotten by having to spend money on gotchas. I have, thank Christ, a strange immunity, which is very strange given my family history. I don't know how I got out of that one, but I did. So I could play these and be like, you know, I can see how one would be more predatory than another, right? And Cucks was an easy one to not ever spend money on. You know, you could really play the game and do fine without ever spending money. I spent money on it like a couple times because I knew what I was buying, because I was getting the Sariku medal. That's why I spent money. That was why. But otherwise, it's like something where it just didn't feel like so desperately imperative, because stuff was always coming out. It always just not as like, you could just play cucks and just not have top tier medals and it was fine. Where say versus like any given MiHoYo game where it's just like you want to play the character at all, a whole ass character, you gotta get them. You have to unlock them, right? And that's much more of like frankly evil way to try and get money from you, right? And this was another thing where it's like what's the clothes, the dressing up game, that one where like the whole thing is dressing up. That makes sense that you would try to pay money out your nose to get those dresses or whatever, right? But like this was like cucks rules. Like this was Nikki, yeah. But like this was kind of running on cucks rules again, where it's like you're getting medals, or I can't remember, what do they call it? I always called them trophies because they looked like Smash trophies. But to get your little, this is way too peppy, but I'll let it play. MiHoYo Gamer, it's easier to just save currency and think of the price as full gacha biddy. Yeah, more or less. But like this was something where it's like, I'm not gonna be that incentivized, and I can't speak for everyone, but like, I'm not gonna be that incentivized to be like, I need to spend money to get little trophy thing, right? Or like to buy outfit as much when you get stuff in game for this. And so it's a little harder to like strong arm people into spending money. Like cucks was one of their like lowest, like it was bottom of the list as far as like money makers were, as far as like when they released like fiscal reports. Cucks was not making them a whole bunch of money. That's just how it was. And I also just think of any kind of gacha style game, it was way more forgiving and not as predatory to get you to spend money in the first place. So I don't think as a model it was that strong, which, you know, for somebody who thinks gacha is evil anyway, I'm not upset about that. I would much rather we didn't have it at all, right? For perfect world, we wouldn't even have to. I would just pay for a Kingdom Hearts game on my phone and I would just have it. And that would be great. But like, as far as a gacha system goes, it feels like it's like, you know, they have to. And so it's not, it just is not a model that was going to make them a lot of money, I don't think. Even if they were like, hey, you can decorate and dress up your little avatar, which they had so much the potential for like buying stupid little like trinkets for your little guy to dress up was through the roof. But I just don't know if that was going to be I don't think that was going to hold long enough to like keep the game going as far as their expectations for making money on a gacha game, right? But also this is Square Enix that said like 6 million fucking sales of Final Fantasy, you know, 16 was a disappointment, despite it being very commercially like successful as well as critically, and everybody liked it and everything, and they were like, but the number isn't big enough, you know, and you're like, there is no pleasing you. Like, there's nothing, that's just, it's the terminal brain rot of capitalism, right? There's no, like, the number's always gonna get bigger, and you can't make it. You can't get that high. So when you present something where it's like, we want to play this game and do this cool thing and like try maybe implementing like a GPS feature or whatever the fuck to, regardless of how you feel about it, you know, they're trying stuff. I miss when we got to get side games that like they got to try things, you know, people did not know what they had when we were getting a billion like bridge games, to be more exact, I feel. Nomura puts everything on the test, so I have to believe the beta test will be meshed into the lore. Square's getting real greedy. Well, yeah, they've been having not a great time money-wise after some real dipshit decisions. Let's put it that way. I hate the capitalism rotten system. Is never satisfied. Got upset at me on Twitter for saying that, but it's true. I miss the handheld era. Yeah. Loss of handheld says ruin society. Feeling engineering style of the models also made the process more expensive and time consuming. I 100% believe that. There was a lot that went into the asset creation. So who knows how sustainable it would have been, but I saw a tweet about bridge games and how they admit perhaps I was too harsh on you in regards to not getting any content for a while. Yeah, actually. We could get a Missing Link equivalent just on Switch. Is this Fallen Down? No, this is Home. How do you request music? On mobile, you put exclamation point. What is it? I'm never putting it in. Somebody else explain it. Oh yeah, exclamation point song request. You just type that and then space and then put the link to the song. Look at my red nose. Does anyone have a picture of Marsh? I mean, I have pictures of Marsh. I can post it in the Discord if you want. I was so excited. I know, I miss Brain. My desktop background, since the trailer dropped, right, has been that shot of Brain on the balcony from the obviously, like, rendered, beautiful intro fucking cutscene that, like, we only got to see a glimpse of. And it's just been this whole time. Even my fucking phone lock screen. Hold on, there's a bunch of shit on it. There's too much stuff. People keep saying things to me. Even my phone lock screen. You get the idea. It's been this. The whole fucking time. The whole time. It's been that Scala. And I've just been like, I can't wait to get my fucking Missing Link so I have something to fucking do. We didn't even get to see him. I know, we didn't even get to see him in game. Still on that damn balcony. It's gonna get cold out there. Who remembers the crazy amount of meteor shower imagery? I know. Fuck am I gonna do with my Freya cosplay now? Sorry, Niku. Thank you. Thank you. Remember, this is our group therapy session. You know, for the bereaved. Is it copium to hope we at least get cutscenes released? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm stopping in for the grief counseling before my break is over. Hi, Spooky. Cosplay Remus at some point. There we go. Nice. You did it. Good job. I still hope we get a game. Maybe movie like back cover. So this is the general, like, take, right? Is that, like, the general take is that, like, okay, we all know that this was genuinely, like, important story stuff. This was following off the heels of Cucks, which is also very story important, right? I mean, each thing, every entry is, but, like, this is, like, a lot. And this was part of that shift moving forward into this new, like, era of Kingdom Hearts that we're entering, right? And this was supposed to be like, wow, we are linking, like, that, all of that shit with Cucks, like, forward into what we know, and which would be, like, relevant going into Kingdom Hearts 4. Consider the fact that, like, Sigurd is, like, narrating in both trailers, and is a character who at least was implied to be of pretty big importance within Missing Link, where we would, like, meet him, and now he's, like, but he was a part of KH4, he was narrating the fucking trailer, and now what? Now what do we do with that? Like, what is, I mean, they could always, like, pivot internally to be like, okay, you know, we have to introduce him, like, in 4, and, like, kind of backload that into something else. Like, remember how there was that whole thing with, like, I put a special secret message in my thing, and nobody noticed, and then everyone was like, oh shit, okay, and then they solved it within, like, an hour, and it was just, like, saying, like, who is the, more or less, the voice is just, like, it is Sigurd, right? I don't know if I'm saying that right. So now, were they gonna out it? Sorry about Sigurd. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Like, that was something where it was, like, these two things were very much, like, they were announced at the same time, and they absolutely had, like, parallel story, like, development going on. You think Cage Missing Link cancellation tweet has a secret message? I can only fucking hope. Now, hold on. Now, wait a second. Everybody, shut the hell up. Let this help you feel better for a moment. Oh my god, is that Riku? Entering on the beautiful, gentle wind instrument I'm going to assume is a flute. I trust no more on the writing team, but goddamn, I'm scared now. Yeah, it is definitely a little scary, right? That shit comes in and kind of is just rattled everything, and you're like, I know. Everything's fine, right? Like, we're good? Like, okay, cancellations happen, but like, are we good? Dude, are we good? Things are moving forward smooth? Good? Huh? Hi, Pseudo. Riku's defeating Aqua in the Twitter bracket polls after she destroyed Roxas. That doesn't surprise me. Anyway. We're just gonna fist fight people. Yeah, so here's the thing too, that like for the people who reasonably they look at this and they go, okay, I wasn't crazy about Missing Link. Like if it happened, if it didn't happen, whatever, you know, no bones to me. But now that it's canceled, that must mean that everything could go towards Cage 4. And it's like sort of. So typically, you know, you would have separate teams working on this. It wasn't like everybody was too distracted making Missing Link to make Cage 4. You know what I mean? This is another team of people. This is not typically how it works. They're not like bogging each other down. Obviously, maybe things can kind of speed along if you bring people from that team and fold them into the rest of the team working on Cage 4. That's more manpower, sure. Right, and it's already been made. So it wouldn't affect it. Yeah, it really wouldn't affect it in the same way. But here's the thing I don't think people are always considering, is the fact that because Missing Link had, like, to our understanding, really important story stuff, things that would go into Kingdom Hearts 4, now they have to figure out how to implement this however elsewhere. Like, if we get a movie, cool. If we get some other kind of closed off, finished little game experience or something that we can pay for, whether it's big or not, whatever, cutscene comp, I don't fucking care. If we get something and this gets delivered separately, then cool, okay, that's a little easier. But if they have to pivot and start throwing stuff into Kingdom Hearts 4, that's just making KH4 take longer. You know what I mean? This doesn't just go away. It has to be done somewhere. Something have got to do something with it. And like, they could definitely, it's gonna put Lauren in the dating sim game. The experience I'm having as a person who is poor and can't afford another gotcha for plot story and simply hoped it wouldn't be that plot important. As a result, it was 100% going to be plot important. It was like a direct follow-up of Cucks, which as much as people did not want to, they had to like acknowledge that it was very lore important, like incredibly so. And now we're moving into an era where all of that shit in Cucks is more relevant than ever. Everything to do with the foretellers. Hell, Strelitzia is showing up, like, in Cage 4, you know. I'm not really a VOD watcher, but you know what? I cried like 8 times today. I need some Missing Link grief counseling. Hey, I'm holding your hand. We're gonna make it through, okay? We're here to be sad, but we're gonna pick ourselves up. We're gonna make things work, okay? We can vent and grieve and be upset, but I think we're gonna make it. Am I crazy or is that cruel? Like, I had this issue with Cucks, even if I did like playing it. The thing with Cucks is that, like, until the real very end of it, you kind of didn't need, like, you were breezing through that game. Like, you could experience the story and just do stuff. And, like, I played that game, I definitely placed pretty well in a lot of things, all things considered, and I really did not spend money on that. And as far as, like, at the very end of the game, suddenly things started ramping up, but still, as somebody who did not really spend money on the game, I still I did it. I beat the game myself. So as much as, like, there was, like, a little bit of a power creep at the end, the game was still 100% accessible without paying money. Which is, like, a thin line that they have to ride because it is free to play, but they want you to spend money. So they're going to put a little bit of the squeeze on you, but it's not something you had to do. And this was very much of the same caliber of gacha. But, like, even then, you could just watch the story stuff. That was the same with Cucks. Most people didn't fucking play that game. And now a lot of people are here and they never even got to. They weren't even around while it was here, you know? If they remake Cucks using the missing link assets and release it on consoles so people who didn't watch the cutscenes can catch up, that would be nice. It would be nice if we had an easier way to access a more streamlined Cucks experience. Anyway, the hope of it wouldn't be too story relevant is funny. Not just as a general thing, but, like, literally from, like, the first trailer, it was very, like, heavy-handed in how much it's like, hey, remember that huge story development? Well, guess what? We're directly continuing it. Like, of course it was gonna be, like, really story-heavy, you know what I mean? I played Cucks. I waited at 3 in the morning for every new update and lost my mind. See, I just convinced myself that they'll do a Key Saga compilation like 2.8. Nomura loved the story. It's true. He's doing this for story, and then, like, fun game stuff comes along with it. He does love to make story, like, stuff out of the game stuff, for sure. Which is why the, for those of you who don't know, and I remember this came up in the Discord recently, there was discussion about the guilt mechanic in Cucks. Over here in English, I don't know why. I mean, I do, but also... So, in the game, when you would get, like, duplicates of medals, you could kind of put them into... Because medals are what you would get, right? You would pull for medals, you would get them, and you're like, here's my big special Syax, right? Whatever. And, oh, I got another one, right? And you could put those in, and it would build up this, like, special attack meter. And you could, like, max it out to do, like, you know, maximum damage and stuff. And it was called guilt as a mechanic. And when we had it translated over here, it was just called special attack bonus, which, you know, was what it was, but it had a very important story usage. There was a reason it was called guilt, and we didn't fucking get that. Oh, hold on. I had a point I was going into, and I'm talking. What was this? Where was I going with that? Well, I didn't know. I may have just been talking about it because it was cool. I feel like I had and 2 viewers. We are so cooked. All the tears we gotta clean up. I know. Everybody, make sure you're passing around tissues. Yeah, what the bangle that you would get, calling it guilt. It's very, yeah. Oh, the point was being that, like, Nomura loves to make the gameplay stuff actually have story implications. So he loves make it a story, but he also loves using the game to make it the story. So that's what it was. But anyway, yeah, the special attack bonus was called Guilt, and it had, like, story significance. Because you were actively, like, using essentially darkness to power yourself up, like, in the story. And this was, like, corrupting Key Kids, and they were, like, turning into Darklings and all of this stuff because they were, like, they were utilizing it. Because they just gave you that bangle and it was, like, a big reveal, huh? Yeah, yes. I think games are his favorite storytelling medium, which is why the cutscene movies and novels just don't have the same impact. Yeah, I think so. Like, yes, we do have cutscene movies of Recoded and Days. Having played both of them in their original format, they are better as just the games they were made to be. And there are some things, like, with Cucks that probably won't hit the same watching it as it was to play it. Like, the very end big fight, even just the reveal of that was, like, sick as hell, but, like, having to turn on and fight Skolden Ephemer with your player character was, like... That shit was crazy. That shit was... Oh, and then you have to do it. Like, you genuinely have to, like, fight them. You know what I mean? It wasn't, like, autopilot, like, you could just breeze through it. I had to, like, be not stupid and, like, play it a little bit. So, it's... God, the shit we could have gotten. I'm not gonna try to mourn things that we didn't get, you know what I mean? Missing Link, it would have been our story, I know. Me using Xehanort hyper empathy to watch that part and crying. Anyway, dude, I miss Cucks. I get it. I understand everybody's, like, complaints about the mobile games, and I said this at the start, right? And I get it. And in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to worry about them getting shuttered and all of our money going down the drain, or them purposefully preying on us to spend money to play the game, etc., right? But, like, I really liked having a passive little, like, a drip feed. You know what I mean? I liked getting to make my own little character in this universe, and it has story significance. I liked getting to customize my little guy. I liked having my stupid little dog named Scoot Scoot. I liked having a little party, and I liked being, like, able to just play a little thing on my phone. I liked having that. Like, I like having a little, you know, mobility with stuff. Not that I need everyone, but it's like, there is a difference between pulling up something on my phone for funsies versus, like, bringing my whole Switch along to play this game. Like, this was something that was, like, you know, it was, like, multiplayer in its own sense, and I liked having the, like, little community thing I could do. Regardless of how people would feel about, like, mobile games, right? Again, perfect world where we don't have to worry about these things. I liked this for these qualities. I liked seeing other people's key kids. I liked looking and seeing somebody named Mrs. Nesbit wearing the Buzz Lightyear outfit and a little hat with a flower, okay? I liked seeing these things and having this kind of community and having, like, little drops where they're like, hey, here's an accessory that's like a little Sora that clings to your arm. You know what I mean? Here's a little story update, and we all get to celebrate together at the same time. I miss Cucks. It was not a good game, but it was my not good game with a stellar story, and my little Kiki in my party I could see wandering around the home screen, and my little spirit. Exactly. It wasn't, like, the most incredible gameplay-wise. Like, there were some things you could kind of dig into, but that was a game you could kind of let rip by itself for a lot of it, right? But it was something where it was, like, I think it was the community, and it was, like, the drip feed of it all. I liked to see, like, you know, we got, like, so many new... Sorry, something fell down. We got, so much, like, little stuff where it's like, wow, look at this fun new render of character I like for Metal that they made, you know what I mean? What about, like, Nomura making some little celebratory art for it here and there? It was just a little something in the background that, like, kept you kind of busy and kept us, like, we had something to do. We had something to look forward to. You know what I mean? Cucks was there with us for years. It saw us grow until KH3. And so, like, with Cucks being gone, it was really something that, like, after it left, I was like, we're gonna miss this really bad soon enough, you know? There's something that's it was gonna catch up, and I knew this, because, like, I pretty quickly, began to, like, miss having a little something. And I think even though it wasn't a perfect game, I don't think we realized what we had in a drought of, like, going on, like, 5 years, you know what I mean? And this missing Link was gonna be that new thing. I just wanted a little something to nibble on in the meantime, you know what I mean? But it's, like, not just like, wow, I want a release. It was like, I wanted the thing that we're like, hey, maybe every couple weeks they were like, here's a new outfit. You know, maybe, oh, look, this new render, it's Vexen in a big pose, you know, doing some shit. And I'm like, And I pull for them anyway, you know. I want to see my friends' little characters. I wanted to, like, have my little, you know, schmoopy and dress my schmoopy up. I wanted to walk around Scala and Kylum in this completely different iteration of it. I wanted to go sit at the cafe, you know what I mean? And just like think about it and just have like a nice little time. I wanted to go outside while I'm out doing whatever, and I could go, you know what? And just pop it open real quick and get a little something.
Suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost.
To the comrades I've lost.
It's like they're all still there.
Anyway, I wanted my coffee shop. Hey, you.
Make 'em give back our past.
I'm sad about this little mobile game that I wasn't before. No. Yeah, like, there were a lot of things that, like, while, you know, it suffers with the setup of being a mobile game that always has its risks of disappearing, there is still something, too, that kind of malleable and, like, temporary, but, like, community experience that, like, I genuinely was looking forward to. I was looking forward to, like, figuring out, like, oh, we could make, like, a little guild or a party or something like that, and, like, having people with me, and, like, I was playing Cucks, I was hitting those raids daily. Here's my Lux boost. It's, like, 8 p.m., and we're fucking popping raids. Let's fucking go. And we would, like, place well, and it was just fun to see. I liked to see the little party lined up, and I could look through and see everyone. I have a screenshot still of our party, you know. It's stuff like that where it was like I was really looking forward to like having that little community experience again, and that's something that I'm sad we're not gonna have on top of everything else. But like, as far as the like, for what it was going to be, I really wanted that, actually, you know what I mean? Though I don't fault anybody for being like, I didn't really want a mobile stupid gacha that has story that's gonna disappear. I don't want that either, but like, for what it is, I still liked these aspects of it. And so if we get like a movie cutscene or something like that, like I would rather we get it than not get it, right? But like, it's something that it's like unfortunate because I wanted the way in which it was going to be delivered. I wanted to make my personal little key kid, you know. I wanted to go and like get to know these characters on kind of that personal level, you know. I wanted to hang out with Remus and Nept and everybody. Like, I didn't really get to do that with Cucks, and I was excited I was finally getting to do that with you guys. Make friends and meet hot single Keyblade wielders in my area now! A specific song with Missing Link. Partly just to troll, partly just express my grief. Look, if I don't want it, I'll skip it, so don't worry about it. I don't know if Nomura has said anything at all so far. Do you think he's going too soon? I have no clue. It was also really helpful for Missing Link in his State of the Heart a little while ago. So sad. Yeah. I'm gonna miss Freya. I know, and she was so cute. And like the cutscenes, like the direction of the cutscenes, there was like a lot of fun camera work that was going on, you know, that was like, oh, this is like engaging and charming, and we're watching these characters and all of their kind of character acting and everything, and I was like, this is good. I can't wait for more of this, you know what I mean? It was like so high quality for what it was, you know, like for like, I was so much more than I was expecting, and it was like really nice. And it was all voice acted. Like, where's it all gonna go? Like, there's a difference between, like, there are many projects where, like, yeah, you get the voice acting, you get all this stuff, and you get far into it and it still gets canceled. But this was one that, like, we had access to as the public more than once, knowing that there is more behind the curtain because we only got like a glimpse. And now it's just not gonna be there. Like, now we just, like, what, you're just gonna throw it all away when we know it exists? Weird darkness feathers. Yeah, and the spies, the like, mind control of it. It was voice acted. I want to see a real society of Keyblade wielders. Names of hearing brain in English, I know. Sympathies mean nothing. Faceless Twitter account. I wish Nomura would make a statement to reassure his community. That'd be nice. Both of the new characters that we've seen, Nep, Freya, and Rena, still appear at some point. I would think that they have to. I'm going to play a KH game with my sister who lives on the other side of the country, right? Like, I was excited because my wife, not my romantic partner, right, like, lives in the UK, and, like, you know, we only get to see each other when we do, and so this was something that we were both really looking forward to getting to play. You know, this is Marsh, who we made together, and then when I got to play, I was going to make Mellow, and, like, I was fucking looking forward to it. Boy, I wanted to so bad. It was gonna be, like, a fun way to, like, play together again. You know what I mean? You know what song is this? It slaps. I need to save it. This is the Missing Link Dearly Beloved. This is the Dearly Beloved for Missing Link that we now don't get. All the music for Missing Link, because there were like songs that like I remember that I hearing from playing it that like aren't really uploaded properly anywhere, and now I'm just like, what happens? All of that finished work, can you just release the songs? Can we just get like a cutscene comp? Can we do anything for this? And here's the fight music. It had such a, oh, they were so good at selling this, like, the mood of it, you know what I mean? We're gonna run down long street together. Missing Link count as lost media now? Sort of. My party in Cuts was ranked, and one member is still my friend on Twitter. We were gonna reunite. No. Oh, rest in peace, Missing Link. Kind of saw it coming. I just wanted it to be true. The fact that Shimomura, like, specifically had made a tweet being like, like, I'm really disappointed, this really, you know, was really sad about it, and just being like, I hope that the music I made for this project can reach your ears one day. And that was, like, literally, like, the first thing I thought of when it was just like, it's getting canceled. And then I was like, what is going to happen to all of the music? Like, those were finished fucking songs, and we got to listen to them, and they're just, what, are they just never gonna be released properly? Is that just, they're just locked behind closed doors? She played the beta. She got to be in the beta and play it. I'm saying, just put all these songs in Melody Memory 2 and let us see the cutscenes that way. Added it, decide what shall happen at your will. Okay. Page Missing Link Orchestra Tour. See, here's also, and I don't know if you guys noticed this, if you guys happen to see, they, you know, made the cancellation, announced it, and then the Ichiban Kuji, which is like a merch lottery, and that's, you know, the statue with Sora in front of the Heart Station and everything, and the Roxas, and, you know, the lottery that they don't often repeat the runs that they have, and they were like, all right, we're doing the same run we had before, which they did after they did it for kind of Missing Link. It was like all thematic, right? It was like, oh cool, wow, Missing Link, we're moving forward, and we're all hyped, and they're like, we're bringing it back, and we're like, okay, we're waiting for that release. Maybe this is going to signify that the release is finally happening. And then they announced that it was canceled, and then the Ichiban Kuji was like, here it is. And so it has Missing Link like a glasses cleaner kind of cloth and like a cup that has like the Missing Link logo shit on it. And so, you know, it was really just like, you know, when like Gaston, like, when Gaston like asks Belle to get married and he fucking lands in the mud and they're like, bah, 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 bah. Like, that's what that felt like. It was just like, it's canceled. And then Ichiban Kuji was like, woohoo! You know? They came in and we're all like, thanks. Thank you. Something about the wafers from 2024? Like, when they have, don't they have like little cards with them or something? I have the Missing Link merch from that, so now I have to charge for that merch. I know, yeah. Now that's going to be a rare drop. Like, in, you know, moving forward, now it's just like, here's the merch from the canceled title, Kingdom Hearts Missing Link. Me in Japan after I get the Cage Missing Link cup from the lottery. Yeah, they have little pre-reg codes. It said that pre-reg is open. Christ. Like, here's the thing, what's your take on the leaks for Missing Link? I'm undecided. Like, I have not been paying attention because canceled title. I'm so sad. Situations that they waited so long to be like, oops, it's canceled. Okay, to be clear on that, it taking so long and then only for it to be canceled, especially at the state that we saw it in, is more likely because they were probably trying really hard to make that not happen, is the thing. Nobody's happy when they have to do that, and as far as even my own experience in the dev side of things, you can do everything right on your end. You can do everything, sorry, I turned it down. You can do everything right on your end, and the publisher can just completely wipe it. They can just, nothing. They could just destroy it for you. So it's like, kind of, I don't know, it's something that's important to keep in mind that, like, usually situations like this are a bit more complex. This isn't just like, we were making it and then like, I don't know if we can do it, kicking rocks, and then they go like, yeah, okay guys, sorry, it's canceled. You know, it's something where it's just like, they could have been working on it the whole time, like, in whatever, behind the scenes, being like, what if we did this? Would that be enough? And they'd be like, no, it's gonna have to get canceled, you know, and like, it eventually, like, you run out of shit you can do, and it just happens. No. I get dinged by, like, any anime OST really bad. So I can't play Utena, sorry. No beef with the team, all my beef is with Square. Yeah. Also, on the, circling back a little bit, putting a pin in treatment by Square. Don't let me forget, okay? Circling back to the leaks about it. I have not been paying attention to them at all because, you know, a lot of it was like, I just want to see the game for myself instead of seeing, like, you know, like, why do I want to look at the eggs and the butter when I could just have the cake when it's done? You know what I mean? So I haven't been looking. Now, obviously, that it's canceled, I'm not going to be surprised that people are going to want to data mine and share with what they have, like, what was there. And, like, at that point, I'm like, okay, well, I don't blame anybody for wanting to do that. There's a point where it just becomes preservation, you know? So whatever happens after this point, you know, I'll just, you know, maybe I look, maybe I won't, maybe I'll, you know. I have contact with data miners and they're debating how much to share right now. Kind of want to see it. See, I mean, I definitely want to, like, look. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like it's probably, yeah, I think it's a little hot currently. And we don't actually know the fate of the story. And I don't know when we'll know, if we will, because that's the thing is, like, sure, like, it may be canceled now, but, like, we do know that it's supposed to be important. And we know that Nomura is not actually ever letting go of these story beats that he's developed. Dark Road was a bunch of shit that he had written and other things that, like, he wanted to explore but could not find the room within Cage 3 to do so. So he went, I'm just gonna keep that, and if the opportunity presents itself, then cool. Great, we have something. And then the opportunity did in fact present itself, and that's how we got Dark Road. So as far as, like, story developments and anything to do with that, or, like, obviously we want to know, and we have no idea the actual fate, but it's likely that Nomura is going to want to, or is going to look to find a way to implement this story elsewhere. Right? And so, like, I still would rather, at the end of the day, just eat my cake instead of crunch on eggshells, right? But, like, we don't know. We have no idea. So I think, like, giving things space first to see if we hear any word would be reasonable before sharing a bunch of stuff from the beta, right? But I do think that, like, there is an active preservation in, like, data mining and keeping it, and then perhaps one day kind of blowing the lid off of it if we don't know. But, like, because we know there are things that are supposed to be relevant for Cage 4, we don't know if we'd end up kind of spoiling ourselves for something that would have been a reveal in Cage 4. We don't know. And, like, I want to experience the ride as it's intended. I want to engage with the story where it's at, right? So that's why I don't typically look. Kingdom Hearts is, like, one of the only things I really do that with, unless there's something that's like, hey, here's a movie going blind, and it'd be like, okay, cool, I won't look, you know, but, like, otherwise, usually finding out a spoiler for something, it doesn't matter as much as, like, you know, the context that surrounds it or why it would be meaningful. Like, you know, the first time I saw Kingdom Hearts, I was shown the ending of Kingdom Hearts, and it did not make any fucking sense to me, who had no context. Not to say that it was so confusing, but I had no fucking context. So Riku's behind the door, and I'm like, I don't know. And my friend is like, isn't that so sad? And I'm like, is he dead? I don't know what's happening, you know? So there's a point where, like, spoilers don't fucking mean anything, and usually I'm not that bothered because it's more about learning. It's more about the story, right? But, like, there are some things where it's just like, I mean, most things. I think it's important that if you want to give media or a story a fair shot, that you need to meet it where it's at and engage with it as intended. Right? You can't always promise that that's going to happen, but making that concentrated, like, a concerted, like, effort to do that can go a long way. And with Kingdom Hearts, I care a lot. The ride is crazy, and there is nothing quite like having that first time, like, fucking rush of the reveal of something. Like, the reveal of this stupid little machine in Hollow Bastion being something in Cucks was crazy. Getting to see the reveal of fucking Zigbar being Lushu, we can only dream of such heights. So, like, I want to go into Kingdom Hearts 4 and engage with it as they want me to, and unfortunately, because of what Missing Link is and where it was connecting, we have no idea if that's gonna fuck us up for Kingdom Hearts 4. So I feel like it's fair to, like, give things time and see where that lands, and then, you know, make a judgment call then. Because otherwise, I am very keen on preservation of media, okay? I think we should archive things. I think it's important to do that, and this is one of those things that, like, is kind of wild that it's the first, like, major, like, installation in Kingdom Hearts that just got fucking canceled and late into the game. You know what I mean? It wasn't just, it was announced and then, hey, we can't do it. It was, we've been playing the game more than once and it was basically ready to go, you know? Been desperately trying to get my boyfriend to dodge spoilers because I got him to finally play the games. He's seen a few things out of context and it stresses me out. so much in case he connects the dots. Hey, and you know, that's just gonna happen, but like, it's still, you know, I don't think it ruins the experience. There were things I knew about, but like, because I didn't have context, and then going through it, I was like, oh, it hits now, you know? It'd be nice to have a message from the team that was more than just, hey, we canceled it, sorry. Yeah, I agree. That's the thing. I think because it was so... Cage's Heaven Theories are back in chat. It's so rewarding to play the games. It's true. It's true. Even watching my friends play it wasn't the same as me playing it for myself. Getting to like properly spend my time playing the games really made them sink in a way that watching my friend play it didn't. An archive. Perhaps. One of our very own. I need to know who we're Ned Starking. Man. People have archived KH Mobile and most of KH VCast. Yeah, and people have been making like concentrated efforts to do that. Like that's not easy. You know what I mean? It could be you. It could even be me. It could be. That response was almost cut and paste from another cancellation, War of the Wilds, I think. I don't think it was from the KH team. It was some PR guy who slapped it together. Yeah, usually, because Nomura's usually pretty personal with his little announcements, you know what I mean? He like shows up and he's just like, hey, how's it going, guys? Blah, blah, blah. Oh no, the character count. You know, and he keeps pulling this fucking joke out. Bless his heart. I just want the character creator. I know, I would love that. But yeah, it would be really nice if there's anything that was like, hey, you know, you don't have to, like, you don't have to give me every fucking detail. I think, and I've said this for a while, but like, even the smallest amount of transparency, I think would help people a lot. And I was speaking on this last night, so we're circling back to my pinned that I talked about the treatment, right, of Kingdom Hearts by Square Enix, and like, it sits in this really weird zone that I have complained about before. But like, God, I'm like so tired of being treated by the weird neglected stepchild. Do you know what I mean? Not to make it like, not like it's like so personal, but like the professionalism in handling of like Final Fantasy VII versus a fellow flagship IP of Kingdom fucking Hearts. It's like night and day, and I don't know why. I feel that announcement was like disrespectful. I felt disrespected about it because of how whatever it was. All you need is nowhere to speak to us, I think. I'm tired. It's personal, they barely act like Kingdom Hearts exists. I don't know what's up. Deltarune takes a while, but Toby keeps updates via newsletters and stuff. Dragon Quest had Nier as well. How are the Japanese fans reacting? I mean, sad. I've seen people be sad about it, but it's a lot, largely the same that, like, you know, what we've been saying. It's like this to their other IPs. Like, and I believe FF7 is their Persona 5. I wish they could tell us that they will preserve this story. Or even just like a, hey, like, don't worry, like, we'll see these stories one day or something. And just be like, okay, this is sad, but like, you know, I'm glad to know that like we'll circle back on it at some point, right? But yeah, it's something where it's just like, it's just so strange because even like while Kingdom Hearts is actively happening and like the ending of Cucks was handled so haphazardly, it's so strange. But like I was recalling this last night and I was remembering, right? And I was remembering when it was like, hey, we announced a bunch of mobile games at the same time. We have, you know, Final Fantasy VII First Class or First Soldier or whatever, and then the other one that's going on right now because the shooter one fucking died, and then Ever Crisis. There we go. Anyway, and then it was like Ever Crisis, right? And all this other stuff. And these things were announced around the same time. And we were like, all right, Missing Link, that's probably going to happen soon, right? Yeah, Ever Crisis and First Soldier are around. And First Soldier got, like, its services shut down after, like, a year. Or at least it got announced that they were shutting it down. But I remember they announced these, and it was like, Missing Link had been announced first. And then after a bit, they were like, hey, these new mobile games, right? And then we hit somewhere around, like, yeah, winter time or whatever. And then they were like, we're so sorry, guys. You know, the new, like, you know, Final Fantasy VII mobile games, they aren't coming out till summer. So as an apology, here is a new trailer. And we were like, oh, cool. Well, all right, then that must mean Missing Link's right around the corner, right? That makes sense. Like, if this is coming out in summer and they're worried about that and releasing a trailer, then, like, sure. Like, I have every reason to believe that, like, we'll get Missing Link soon. And then we didn't. Remember how we never got the game? It's something where it's like stuff like that where it's like we finally eventually down the line got like a more of a trailer, right? And that was nice. And I, you know, it's screenshot from it is my background right now. I'm looking at Brain on my screen. But it's stuff like that where it's just like I feel like it's Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy VII really specifically is so much their like prized pooch that like everything like it's making it look as good as possible, handled as professionally as possible, and then like we're over here like eating the scraps that fall off the table, and it's just so like, okay, like thanks guys, we're gonna play super extra sad card on Twitter so they guilt drop something gay. Yeah. JP Q&A event that we never got to see. Yeah, I brought that up last night. Again, I was said suck our taint, we hate your whimsy. Yeah, there was another trailer that was like, so there after I think it was maybe the second beta, perhaps, or it was the first one. The first one that because there was a first one, and then that was super closed. And then we had the first one that also had like the UK and everything in it, right? And then they had a little event that people got to go to in Japan, right? Because they were also doing the beta test. And they got to fill out feedback and do all of this stuff. And then they got shown a little trailer, and people describing it, they were like, yeah, we got to see these places, and there was like a little village by the sea and a big moon. And people are like, what is that? What could that be? Was it like, Pinocchio? Is it like Luca? That would be crazy. And like that just exists. And like now we just don't get to know what it was. Names are appearing in here and on Twitter that I haven't heard in so long. It's like Sariku adjacent Twitter all woke up. Anyway, the point being that it's like, it's just strange. I don't understand. Obviously, Square hasn't been great with all of their IPs, but it is funny because it's like Kingdom Hearts is not fucking small. Like, it's not small. It's almost like Sora was the most requested character in Super Smash Bros. Worldwide. You know what I mean? People love Kingdom Hearts. It's also attached to Disney, who is basically our other government that runs our country. And it's just something where it's just like, it's just so strange. I cried when Sora was announced for Smash. So did I. And I've cried many times after that, revisiting Sora being announced for Smash. So, but it's just, I don't know. It's just so, it's something. And it's hard not to feel a little jilted about it. You know what I mean? It's hard, but like, it's not like, again, Final Fantasy VII isn't fucking doing anything to me, and I like Final Fantasy VII. I like playing Remake and Rebirth. I have a lot of fun with it, you know what I mean? It makes me emotional. I love the cast. I still need to go play through just Final Fantasy VII proper, because I've started it more than once, and I just didn't push myself to keep going. But it's on the list. Anyway, I enjoy Final Fantasy VII, as it is. FF7 is great, but other things Square owns are great too. Yeah, it's true. But it's just unfortunate because it's like, man, we got Kingdom Hearts 3 after a lot of turbulent dev cycle stuff, right? And then we got Final Fantasy VII Remake, which was crazy. There were a lot of games that were finally coming out that had been lost in fucking limbo because of a lot of internal company struggles and money issues. And then we're like, cool, all right, the plug has been like pulled, you know, we've uncorked the pipeline. Things are finally gonna come out in a reasonable time. And like, to be fair, for Final Fantasy VII, that's true. They've been like very timely releasing things since they started this saga, right? So they've been very boom, boom, boom. They got fucking Remake out, and then they got the Crisis Core 1 out right when they said they would, and then Rebirth right after that. And I was hoping, I felt reasonably, you know, that we would be getting a little Kingdom Hearts before we got the big fucking finale, the third huge fucking game. These are not small games, you know, these are huge games. And I was hoping that we would get anything in between. But it's kind of looking like we're gonna get 3 full AAA fucking titles for Final Fantasy VII. Excuse me, 4, because one of them was, you know, an HD kind of remake, remaster for Crisis Core. And we're gonna get all of that before we got anything. They also got multiple mobile games. They got more than one of those. One of them's still fucking going. They just got to have their fun, goofy little April Fool's dating sim event. And they got that. And then we got this little fucking... Guys, I'm really sorry the game is canceled. We're really sorry about that. Guys, we're really sorry. But it's canceled. Goodbye. And that's what we have. What if we get a bunch of KH creators together, do a Missing Link D&D campaign, and stream it with all the data mined assets? Dude, I don't like playing Dream Drop. I don't like playing Dungeons and Dragons. I don't dislike Dungeons and Dragons. I just don't enjoy playing it. But that's a fun idea. I think just doing community stuff is a good idea anyway. Like, I just don't want to do math. Guys, I don't enjoy doing it. I don't want to write shit on paper. It bugs me. I like goofy little RP and stuff, but like, as far as like, okay, I want to do this thing, and then they're like, well, roll to see if you even do it, and I'm like, so I'm gambling? Like, this sucks. D&D isn't that much math. I know it's not that much math, but my experience of playing it, I just didn't enjoy it. It really felt like I was rubbing my head on concrete, like my brain. I didn't enjoy it that much. But it's not like I don't like D&D as a thing. I just don't personally play it. Anyway, that's besides the point. I don't like playing D&D. Wrong. Even if it's not my favorite one to play, but I do like it. You had a bad DM? I don't know. It was mostly just like anytime I had to actually engage with the, all right, now we're gonna roll the dice and we're gonna write the number, and now you're leveling up and you gotta do, and I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't like this part. I don't like doing any of this. Do your own DM and make everything up. Anyway, just let me open the door, man. Why do I have to roll these shiny rocks? I want to eat them. Do D&D inspired RP play without worrying about getting too technical. You can do anything. That's the thing, is it's just Dungeons and Dragons as it stands is truly just a system to facilitate roleplay. That's all it is, and you can engage with it however much you want or don't want. I fully understand this, but I also need to implore, and again, I know that it doesn't have to be this. All right, there are so many things you can do with homebrewing. You can make your own campaigns. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I am aware. I also don't really enjoy general Tolkien-esque high fantasy. I don't fucking care for it. I don't hate it. You just really have to convince me to give a shit about it. That's just where I'm at, okay? I'm not inherently like, wow, I really want to go watch or read something because it's got elves in it. You know, I don't fucking care. That's why there are superhero ones. That's not going to convince me either. I just like if you're gonna, you just gotta convince me of a cool thing. If it's fantasy, cool. If it's sci-fi, cool. If it's fucking virtually any, I don't care. I'm not partial to any specific one. You just gotta convince me of your setting or whatever, right? Baldur's Gate 3 managed to, and I loved Baldur's Gate 3 because I loved, like, its execution is more about what I'm here for than, like, the fact that, like, there's an elf and also he's a vampire. You know what I mean? Those parts are fun, but, like, that's why there's Transformers 1. I don't, you know. I brought that up as an example, but you can do whatever you want. No, and that's true, and that's the thing. I will argue in favor of the fact that Dungeons and Dragons is simply a, you know, a vehicle for the roleplay. Like, that's all it is, and the roleplay is anything you want it to do. It's just giving you something to facilitate that. Godspeed, Gabby. But either way, I just don't, it's just whatever. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's D&D. It's fine. That's it. I don't know. Anyway. Vaguely European, vaguely medieval, vaguely fantasy approach to JRPGs. Love. Someone please free the genre from it. See, I think that's another reason that I really, really, really like Final Fantasy X is the fact that they very purposefully leaned into, they were like, hey, because that's why, like, Final Fantasy IX was also being developed, right, as an answer to people who were like, you've strayed too far from Final Fantasy's roots, because they were hitting into sci-fi a lot with, like, Final Fantasy 7 and 8. So 9 was a return to form as that kind of fantasy, kind of European fantasy-esque lean that it's always had. Where 10 was, we're going to go the other way, and we're going to make fantasy out of other cultures, because we think that you should be able to. Fantasy should be anywhere. And that's why Final Fantasy X also rules super hard and looks fucking cool, and it's so uniquely it in a way that has never quite been reproduced the same. So, you know, anyway, it's really cool. I like stuff like Kingdom Hearts was not strictly high fantasy. I feel like high fantasy often gets hell-bent on the rules of a system, which is the opposite of what fantasy what's supposed to be. And look, I'm not gonna blame anybody for wanting to explore, like, the mechanical, like, rules of your world. Like, people love magic, like, systems and mechanics, and, like, I get it, right? But, you know, there's a balance to be had. Sometimes you're just like, I just want to go in and I have wings and I don't want to have to think about the, you know, the physical ramifications of the wings that I have. I'm just doing something. Anyway, give me Fantasy Australia. Give me Fantasy Australia. Yeah, well, you know, a little bit, sort of. You could play Final Fantasy 13. They got Australians in there. So, you know. Do a mix of sci-fi, fantasy, and creative things with fantasy. Here's the thing. I don't really care for that kind of thing, but you know what I really liked? I liked Final Fantasy 16 quite a bit, because they were just, it's just execution, you know? If you're gonna go whole hog into your thing, like, it's just, you're not gonna convince me, because I typically think that I would lean towards, like, sci-fi type stuff, and there's so much sci-fi I don't give a rat's ass about. I don't fucking care, you know? You're not gonna convince me just because, like, but it's in space, and I'm like, what are they doing in space? You know, it's it's all about the execution. Anyway. I love 16. I love 16 too. I think they're, you know, obviously it has some qualms, but, like, I really liked it, and I love Clive. Mass Effect is peak sci-fi. The writing is phenomenal, and I played into Mass Effect, and I just never went back for no particular reason. That was when I just fell off of on accident. The vibe of stuff. Like Breath of the Wild, where it's magic, but there's big tech component. Yeah, it's cool. Anyway, you know what? I was really interested in the setting of Missing Link. I was really interested in the actual, like, specific setup that they had. I was so excited to have a Keyblade with a light bulb in it. I wanted that. I wanted it so bad. Come on. I really like historical fantasy settings. I think European medieval fantasy is a little overused, LMAO, but I still love it. I want to see the politics. See, and that's, I get it, you know? I understand that. It's not what I normally lean towards, but if you make it interesting, you make it interesting, and I'm here for it. Recently played the Star Wars tabletop RPG, and it was just as mathy, if not more so, than D&D RIP. In Mass Effect 2, the writing gets sometimes better than 1, and 1 is pretty good. Mostly just set up for the world building. Let me see how it functioned. Keyblade Society. I know, I wanted the Keyblade politics. But I wouldn't give for a look into Keyblade Society. Keyblade with light bulb is cool, I know! How do I draw Marsh's coat? His collar, I don't get it. I don't know where that one shot went. Let me see. Let's see if I got something else for you. I don't know if things got put in. Oh, good. I see. Yes. Those shots of Marsh. Perfect. Where is... Hold on. Who is that? Wait a second. Huh? Who is that? Oh my god. No way. Is that Riku? He's back. Oh my god, Riku, we missed you. Anyway, Keyblade politics, agony. I wanted it so bad. I wanted to know what the fuck was going on. I just wanted to see, like, what world had developed, you know? It was so different. A lot for that reason. When it comes to Bollywood movies, I like the historical settings best. Cool if there's a Keyblade Smith or something. See, even just the fact that you go into the world and Remus was pretty quickly, it's like, oh, Keyblade, he's like, these are everywhere. These are really common. They're not a big deal. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, setting the scene here. What? Like, can we go more into this, please? I'm so jealous of your Riku emotes. Those Riku emotes are David Gallagher's emotes. Here's a great time to remind everybody, since there's like 80 of you in here. David Gallagher, voice of Riku, does stream, by the way. He is streaming right now, in fact. These emotes that are floating across the screen that you can see, those were made by Miko. And he's been commissioning people for his emotes and stuff. I am also being commissioned to make emotes for Mr. David Gallagher. Saw the video of you and BioRoxas and friends playing Repo with him. It was funny. I'm glad. I have the full playing Repo with him from my perspective on my archive channel. It's there. So it's pretty good. There's a lot of good stuff. You guys played that? Yeah, we did. I've played Repo with him more than once now. Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me pull it up really quick. Oh, there's my rain I was using. Tell the people when Mr. Riku VA is playing on stream. I mean, he's playing right the fuck now. He is streaming currently. Let me go to my archive. I go to... This. Looks offline for my end. Unless he stopped. He started earlier. Sorry. Anyway. So here's the first one. If you guys want. That's also my archive channel. And then we had a second one where we played again, which was really good. And I also went through Jungle Jim's, the jungle-themed grocery store. And there's that. This is also just generally my archival YouTube channel that all of my streams, including this one, go up on. Okay? This is just, there it is. Jungle Gyms! So if you want to hear, like, you gotta know, like, his regular speaking voice, he just kind of sounds like Riku most of the time. So we'll just be playing shit, and it's like proximity chat, like Riku through the wall being like, I'm scared, you know? And you're like, oh, it's okay, buddy. We're gonna do it. Does he have tiers of subscriptions? Once he starts KH, I'm ready to pay for months of subscriptions, but I still don't understand. So tiers for subscriptions unlock, like, usually if you're at a different tier, you, like, tier 1 gets you X amount of emotes. Tier 2 will have more emotes, and so you will get both tier 1 and tier 2 by subscribing to tier 2. And so on and so forth. Like, usually it's just a higher tier that unlocks you extra special whatever emotes they deem that go there. That's what that is. And I know he's working on some, for some higher tiers because I'm fucking making them, so. As he said on stream, he said, I need some Niku originals, and I went, okay, boss, you got it. Anyway, he's a really, really nice guy. He's just really sweet. He's been very welcoming, and just overall, he's been like, I was so pleasantly surprised he was really nice about pronouns. Like, not just nice, but like, you know, not without, no asking. He's just been very immediately forwardly good with that. You know what I mean? In a way that I was like, wow, this is just so refreshing. You know, I don't have to be worried about anything. So yeah, he's a really chill, and he is a kind, proactive soul, for sure. Yes, 100%. He has been an absolute treat to talk with and hang out with. I went to his channel, and your channel is currently being recommended. Hey! Yeah, I forgot he did that, which was very, very sweet. I was going around doing stuff for mine, and, like, I went to his for some reason, and I saw that I was, like, a recommended channel, and I was like, me? Oh my god, hi. Like, he's rated and stuff my channel before, too. It's very nice. And for those of you who want to know, he is going to start playing Kingdom Hearts this summer. He was giving it, didn't he say get a room in regards to Soriku? Yeah, I'll get to that. But he is going to be playing Kingdom Hearts this summer because he wanted time to get, like, situated with Twitch and get emotes and all this stuff in order and just, like, let people find him. So I'm doing my due diligence and reminding everybody that he does, in fact, stream. He goes by, the name is I Go by Graven. It looks like I Go Be and then Graven. All one word. No, he's just super sweet. And then at one point there was a video in his Discord, because he does have a Discord. If you pay for a subscription, you can join his sub club, as it's called, and hang out in there. I literally thought it was Gobi. I mean, he does lean into the Gobi bit quite a bit. So sometimes, you know, things get named Gobi, or we're called the Gobi Gang. So, but it's supposed to be I Go by Graven. But anyway, yeah, he saw a video that was like Sora and Riku saying Sora and Riku, and he watched it, and before he was going on stream, at least he watched into it, and then he was like on stream being like, I didn't realize like how much they said each other's names. And was just like, he was saying, it's like, I didn't realize how much like I was the subject of these games. So he's very much blind when it comes to the story overall, apart from what he's voice acted. Yeah, it's true. Oh, Cage Twit, run. What? Huh? Did something happen? Also, you don't get to just say Cage Twit and then not link anything. Hello? Mr. Raven, what? Huh? I just call him Graven. What's happening? Would you just link? Oh my god. Alright, okay, hold on. Are they giving us something? Oh, thank fucking god. Okay, hold on. Everybody shut the fuck up. Everybody stop. Die. Shut up. Everybody shut up. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on, I gotta move this. Oh, thank god. Thank you for your continued support of Kingdom Hearts series. Kingdom Hearts 4 is currently in development. We will continue to focus on development so that we can create a work that meets your expectations. We would appreciate it if you give us a little more time. Oh my god. Oh, she looks so good. No, don't. Oh, let me see closer. This is not very big, but look at Strelitzia. Oh, she's so cute. Dude, you get to play as Mickey. Oh my god. Phone! Who was Phone? Look at the particles. Oh my god, what's going on? These fists. What is this? What is going... Ooh, these chains, though? These, like... Okay, these are definitely Greechers. Okay, hold on. We gotta... Yeah, baby. We getting the FF7R treatment? Let's go. What? What do you... Okay, hold on. Hold. Live tweet. Yeah, you're seeing it happen in real time. Thank God. Oh God, and we're mourning and we're healing. And we're healing. And we're fucking healing. Folded under pressure. Oh, thank God. This is what they should have done. You know what I mean? Everybody was like, we're fucking dying. We are under attack. And we were. Oh my god. Because see, they had the setup that they were like, Mickey's, you know, you're going to explore Scala and Kylam. And we're like, what's that going to fucking happen? You know, what's going on there? What is that necklace? I wish I could... We're zooming in. These little sneaks look blue. Look at them. They're all blue. From glowing. I knew we would play as Mickey. Dude, we're going to play as Mickey in extended sequences before we're ever playing as Kairi. I don't think it's new kicks. I think it's like magic is happening. There's like a glow. See, it's like hitting his shoes. Or I mean, his pants, his shoes, pants. Those little stars. What are these Greechers, dude? Look at these things. They're so like... chunky, fucking... Main trio, Sora, Riku, and Mickey. Yeah, they're saving Riku. Dude, Mickey Mouse, though. Strelitzia. But, like, hold on. Now, guys, now, wait a second. Now, everybody shut the fuck up. Look at these. Look at how one of these is yellow. Is like a warm color. And one of them is a cool color. What do you think? What do you think that means, huh? What do you think about that? What do you fucking think? Huh? Look at these fucking particles. Also, you can see his shoes are yellow right here. Warm as Sora and the cool as Riku. I don't know. That's the point. Who was Phone? Who was Phone, dude? Earthbound crossover. Why a rotary phone? I don't know. I'm curious. I love being a Kingdom Hearts understander. How was the necklace? How was the necklace? Is there anything else? Is this just it? Because I'm like afraid. I'm almost like afraid if I move away from this screen, it's just gonna go away. Also, my alerts have been really slow. I don't know why. Okay, we have this. I'm assuming that this is largely it. Now, hold on. Hold on. I'm like looking. I'm double checking. Really quick. Why is the top screenshot you're looking at different than the one that's in Discord, huh? What are you talking about? English Twitter has a different angle of the top photo. Great. Where's that? Give it to me before it... I think I got sent 2 things, and then, Thank you. It is a very different angle. That one can just go, and then... All right. Open image in new tab. There we go. Yeah, it's like a different moment that they captured. Look at the little stars and the chains. The creatures have spikes. Yeah, they're very, like, they almost look like they're made out of, like, hardened, like, tar or, like, asphalt. You know what I mean? So they had this planned as some sort of trailer that they wanted to release later, but they were like, oh, fuck, everyone is crashing out. Everyone is... I'm holding a funeral, and there are, like, 82. I haven't quite capped it 100 or anything, but, like, I was fucking close. I was at, like, 99 of you fuckers in here being, like, upset with me, okay? We need more. First one looks like they're 3D printed. All right, okay. Music can come back. We're having a funeral, and now the corpse is risen from the dead. Not even quite is like... Sure, we'll go with that. I was like, I could think of a better metaphor, and I couldn't, so... Chain attack with the chains breaking. Just like the dark form reprisal. I'm so curious about these weird little freaks. Oh. She looks so sweet. Yeah, Sora's face in the UI. Oh my god, he's looking with his eyes! He's so cute! Wow! Are they finally gonna do it where they're like moving in real time? This is like Frankenstein's monster. Right below Sora, giant hand. The blue light in the bottom left picture is Riku, and that is the first picture of him. That one, yeah. Why do Heartless have like a cage? Where is our holy son? No, clearly not Heartless, or maybe they're like pure blood. Genuinely excited for Sora and Estrella interaction. So am I. Genuinely, I'm so fucking excited. I was so stoked that she was even there. If they move in real time, I'll lose it. Sora's a good boy. He's crossing the street at a red light. Those are missing characters somehow that got lost there. I like his new pants. Yeah, I think his pants are a little different. Nomura did say that, like, because it looks like he has, like, a little, sporty little under. So curious about the build command. Yeah. Best friends. Mine definitely changed. And, like, yeah, Nomura had said that he was just like, I think, you know, things are gonna change. He has, like, a watch on. Are we looking at the watch that he's wearing? Because he's got one. See? Look. He's got a little watch on. He's gonna get a tan, and it's gonna leave a watch mark. And his necklace is longer. Yeah, it is kind of going onto his shirt now. Like, proper. I can't say that this is the most flattering image, but I think it's because, like, There's something about, like, I can't tell if his tongue is like, here or not. You know, he's just kind of like, dude, his smartwatch. But there's certainly a lot more detail on, like, the texture of his jacket. Like, big time. I think it's like the smartwatch in the advertisement. Maybe. What do you mean he's cute? He's cute, right? I'm not saying his face looks bad. I'm just saying his mouth being open. And, like, it's open, but, like, it's too, not big enough to tell if I can see, like, his teeth or, like, his tongue or what's going on. So he's kind of just like, that's about it. I'm not saying he looks ugly. My God, calm down. I just said it's a little unflattering. That looks a bit spikier again. It could be my imagination. No, I think it's a little bit. I mean, we only really got a small glimpse. But it looks like he's got a little more, just a little more at the top. I think Riku's going to die when he sees Sora being so cute. Well, yeah, he already does that. You know what I mean? Watches some type of system. I wouldn't be surprised. Dude, Mickey Mouse? I'm genuinely, like, so interested in this. Like, I'm so excited to hear Sora. Like, this shit crazy to me. Oh, I need to, like, post a screenshot. I need to talk about it, but I'm too busy talking to you fuckers. I'm busy. Jumping from the chandeliers is Mickey. It's like the Tifa bit in remake. Mickey's frame is slightly different in English. We're looking at English here. This is the Japanese one. Yeah, they really just, like, they had to go in and take the screenshots again that have the menu because, you know, so they're like, it's close enough. We got him in the same spot. Now it's the English version. And now he's, like, in the middle of going, like, slightly to the side. Hi, Henry. Welcome. Come on, you could go wild. I want to hear everything. Well, about what? The exact moment you stream, we get the cage for screenshots, Niku. Well, because my dad felt bad that I was holding a funeral for his fucking canceled game. Healing. I feel like I can heal now. Just a little bit. Oh my God, look at the... Wow! One of my... Listen to me. Listen to me. One of my favorite fucking parts for Kingdom Hearts in general. One of the favorite fucking parts is the fucking menu customization. It is one of the... I'm so charmed. It's like one of the things I look forward to the most. And when Kingdom Hearts 3 was still happening and we were getting trailers and they just had default shit, I was so worried that we weren't going to get that anymore. It was one of my most favorite parts. It's so small, but I always look forward to it. And so I'm so happy to see, look at the commands. Look at all their streets. You see that they're all fucking streets with they got the little dotted lines, and it's just like the city. I love that. I can't play Winnie the Pooh. I would love to hear it, but I can't do it. It's Winnie the Pooh, bitch. I can't do that. Look at it. Oh. Dreams do come true. They also get dashed and destroyed, but they also sometimes other ones come true. What is he looking at? Oh, I want to look at Riku. Cute little potion icon on the items. Yeah. We got three of them. Riku, what if? But like, the lights, the colors, there's fucking 2 of them. And one's light, one's warm, and one's cool, and what do we know? What have we been taught? What have we been taught looking at the fucking color-coded is... Those bottom 3 panels could be a sequence. They could be. They very well could be. They're all, like, pretty much in the same spot. Riku's the one taking pictures. Saying it's so fine to wait for longer for Riku if it meant he could have his moment fully fleshed out in a teaser or another trailer, but I miss him so bad I want to see him. He was getting the epic selfies. It looks like shooting stars. Yeah, I know. The blue one has a bit of gold in the tail, and yeah, there's a bit of blue in the tail for the yellow one too. I have to hold on. I'm coming down a little bit. I have to. It'd be so funny if we got Sora, Riku, and Strel trio before Destiny trio. Many emotions today. Many things happening. My nose is red. How far into the game do you think these shots are in? The first hour? The first 2? Who fucking knows? Genuinely. Like, this is a lot of stuff that, like, you know, they're showing us stuff kind of relative to what we're already familiar with from the trailer, so it's like this area. Really specifically, which also when I see it, and I'm like, I was here in Twiwi. I was here in Neo Twiwi especially. I remember being here. It's a very distinctive, like, this, like, little kind of, like, big rounded area. Alright, for the 9th time today, not for bad reasons this time. Pepe Sylvia! I'm up to my ears in Pepe! The Heartless are interesting, if they are heartless. Like, they're probably very much, like, similar to the dark side. And that they're kind of made out of, like, a weird... They're probably just a different kind of material. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of shatter to pieces when you defeat them, you know what I mean? See, all of here and the... And they sure are just recreating the city, you know? Look at this fucker. Look at this guy. You make Sora look extra pretty for the Riku reunion kiss scene. Will you even remember who Riku is? I feel like probably. Look at him. Hold on. This is a worse quality. This is 170. This is 170. I see it. This one is a worse, it's more compressed as an image. By the way, I can see it. Because I can see much more clearly it's his teeth in that one. They probably just kind of snagged it and put it over and it just got like extra compressed. Yeah, a lot of this is actually more compressed. I can see the artifacting in the image. So, unsurprisingly, the Japanese Twitter announcement one is of slightly better quality. Thank you for the compressed images, Square. The Japanese one, I'm wondering why you couldn't tell it was his teeth. Yeah, no, in the English one, it's like the colors are starting to bleed together. And so it's kind of pink. But the Japanese one, it's like very clearly his teeth. The necklace giving me so many feelings. Yeah, it's... I want to see and hear him. Someone's going to put a creep of human smile on that Starlezio, yeah. It looks so sweet. And it's a little in their streets. Their little streets. Does Michael have a shirt? Yes, he does. He's in his Cage 3 outfit. I can tell you that for free. I'm in front of it, but I can tell you he's in his Cage 3 outfit. Everybody, really quick. This has all been very exciting. I have to go to the fucking bathroom, okay? Could you wait for me for just a minute? Could you wait? All right? I will be right back. Okay? Okay. Fine. Yeah, all right. Wait for me just a short time. And I will return. Okay? Okay. Hey, I'm back. I'm fucking back, dude. And I've got food. I took a moment to, because the food was basically done when I was getting out of the bathroom, so I just waited to get some, and then here I am. I have pork belly in sauce on rice with some little like vinegar cabbage, and then also a delicious salad. How are we feeling? A lot better. I'm gonna be real. I'm feeling a whole lot better about it. Like, genuinely, I don't think they could have gotten away for too long without saying anything, because obviously everyone was super fucking upset. Like, even the people who were like positive about it being like, well, you know, it's probably a good thing. Ugh. Oh yeah. Cracking open a cold one at the funeral. I'm fucking just, they're sitting there and they're just like reading it off and they're lowering the casket for missing link, and I'm nice. The body's still fucking warm. Yeah, pour one out right on top of the casket. I'm in shock. I love that this happened while I was on stream. Couldn't have asked for a better outcome, honestly. Like, we're literally sitting here, like, talking, having our grief counseling, you know. Together, we're holding hands. We're finding community and trying to get better. We're trying to move past, you know, this death in our family. Don't bury it yet, give us an autopsy. Like, alcoholic drink. It can be if you want, but mine is an energy drink. It's an Alani. My favorite. I was having dinner. Well, now you get to eat again. You just need to show us some stuff on a random ass day. I know, that's always what it is. Little shit like this goes a very long way. I wish they did this even just a little bit more frequently. Which is to say, fucking it all. Like, this is damage control 100%, right? But even if it was just like, hey, here's like one shot of fucking like Mickey outside at Scala or something, we'd be like, you know, like, and it's been like a few months or something, like, just it's anything, dude. That's all we really want, is like even stuff like that, because it's like, again, like it was brought up, you know, like Toby Fox has updates about Deltarune and they're not even crazy, you know. It's just he says anything every once in a while, even if it's just like, it's gonna be a bit, we're working on stuff. It's like, yep, okay, you know, check it in, stuff like that, versus the radio silence we usually get, you know what I mean? We look closer at the Quadratum command menu. Yeah. Yeah, there is, oh, you guys are like in front of it, hold on. There you go. The 104 building, Tokyo Tower. Distracted boyfriend meme, but it's the death of Kingdom Hearts missing link of these screenshots. Yeah. Heartless look disgusting. If they are. I think they look cool, but oh, you mean him? Yeah. Look at him. A little flyer guy. Don't die. Don't worry. Just had a little something in the back of the throat. The selecting. Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're streets. They got the dotted lines in them. Maybe you didn't. I don't know if you were here. But that's what I was saying. It's like those rows. They have the dotted line, and even then, on like the edge over here, you can see more of a dotted line that's like a crosswalk. These are flat, but like the edge of this menu is like a crosswalk, see? And then these have like the streetcar lines. Alright, folks, enjoy your dinner. The realm of sleep approaches. Dude, good night, Kopi. Sleep well. I'm watching it alone on a call right now and people keep popping in and screaming and having to leave. Yeah, lots of streets here. Hot Rod Heartless habitat. New invasive species. Hot Rod Heartless. Magic Band. Magic Band. Yeah? God, how much longer? I'm patiently impatient. See, seeing something like this, I'm like, okay, finally, there's something to, like, hold out for again. Because truly, genuinely, when the only thing we've had to look forward to this whole time was more or less missing Link, right? And to very suddenly, late at night, just get a weird, really small announcement that it's been canceled. And then just be left with nothing. Very much felt like we, like, had been, like our anchor line got cut and suddenly we were loose. You're just adrift at sea, right? And we're just like, where the fuck? Where are we going? Like, what's happening? And it's just something where it's just like, yeah, sure, we were ready to weather some storms and we're doing it and we're waiting nice and patient and everything, but having at least just that one fucking thing being like, well, it's gonna come out at some point, was easy to just kind of keep your head down and wait for. What is that crab thing? Crab thing! He fly! Look, he's got propellers! At 1 a.m. Haha, sweet dreams. Fucking drops a bomb and then, yeah, drops 2 bombs and then pieces out. Gonna be your stream full of despair and then got smacked in the face with a sack of bricks. As did we all. Isn't that fun? But, yeah. It's very much, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. I didn't sleep until morning and then woke up to people screaming in my DMs and Discord servers. Yeah, is everybody's like wailing? But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. No, it's very much like without having that kind of, you know, there was like no like lighthouse kind of thing. There was no little something in the distance. And it was like, sure, Kingdom Hearts 4, but it's so nebulous because we hadn't heard or seen literally anything about it since it was announced like 3 years ago. And so like after taking that away, it was very just like, I feel crazy. You know, I'm like, what am I supposed to, I'm trying to be so fucking good. I'm playing Kingdom Hearts just regularly anyway to try and keep myself normal. And now we don't even have that, and then you've left us with nothing. And now that we at least have this, I'm like, okay, I feel better. Thank you. I feel like KH4 was announced too early. Okay. To be fair, Nomura released it saying, I am showing this very early to get ahead of leaks. Basically you can't leak it if I do. Yes, it was very early, but not necessarily like too early in the way that like, oh ha, we're gonna announce it. Wee! Like he verbally like was like this, I'm showing you guys like it's too early. We're still working on things, but I'm doing this to get ahead of everything else. Very specifically. And after he showed it, he was pretty immediately like, okay, you're not going to hear anything about it for a while. How'd you say that? I almost wondered if Nomura was like, what do you mean you didn't share leaks with the cancellation announcement? What is this? Oh, yes. Needy. The little stars are so fucking cute. Two heart symbols spinning. Why do they look like skeletons who are in heartless cosplay? Delusional cosplayers. Hey guys, I'm a little late. What did I miss? Hi, Raku. In the middle of our grief, they released KH4 screenshots. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We just went through the washer and dryer cycle. It's true. We came out sopping wet, and they left us there all night. They forgot to put us in the dryer. And then they got back home and they went, oh, right, the laundry. And then they threw us in the dryer and now we're here. The way that he's looking at the bright light, I know. What is he looking at? In awe like that. Look at his beautiful blue eyes. His little teeth, I know. You can see it's his teeth in the Japanese screenshots. It's so strange seeing less 2D Sora. That's okay. It's because he's here. It's like a world form. Which I'm saying, but that's actually what Nomura said. Genuine. What if he's looking at Riku arriving in Quadratum? Cope? That's not even cope. That's like genuinely, who knows, that could be happening right here. Coping would be if we didn't even know or had any idea that Riku was showing up. But his ass already left. He's gone. Not like, and I'm gonna go to Quadratum. We saw him shoot into the sky. Hardly even cope. But if this is, say, early in the game at all, I would be surprised if it was him. But I don't know. I'm not making the fucking game. I made this tweet, and immediately was like, He's looking at Riku, imagine. It's still possible Riku won't show up until the very tail end because we don't know the timeline yet. I mean, the very tail end is a bit of a stretch. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect that he could be showing up, like, not at the very end of the game, given the importance and the emphasis on, like, Sora and Riku looking for each other in the secret movie. I don't think he's just gonna be like, "Hey, Riku's here, hello!" You know, like, I think it's, you know, totally fair chance he shows up at any kind of reasonable point. It'd be so fine if it was just a portal to get to Disney World for the first time. Yeah. Look at him. Look at him. He'd probably still look a little cartoony if he went back. Like Nomura said, that he was like, oh, you know, they look like that because he's there. That's just how you look. That's why they put Donald and Goofy in the trailer. Because they wanted to be like, this isn't gone, you know? Dude, what the fuck is Riku gonna look like? I don't know. I don't know and I want to know. God, I hope it gets cartoony. I need it. Me too. But, I mean, as far as we know, Nomura has assured us that this isn't just like the look moving forward or anything. This is because they're here in Quadratum that they look like this. I need biker Riku. I need Riku on a bike so fucking bad, dude. I need it so fucking bad. Nomura wants biker Riku too. Yeah. The helmet removal and hair shakeout, biker Riku. Yeah. He's just a baby boy. Baby drinking coffee. Smoking big cigars. The trailer's gotta be coming out soon to match these screenshots. I don't know, when they're asking us to have patience in the tweet, I don't think we're gonna get anything for a bit. Wanna be wrong. But yeah, I don't expect KH4 stuff for a bit now. I think this looks like it's from a trailer, to be honest. It could just be any kind of, like, cutscene that they're taking stuff from, you know what I mean? Those little yellow shoesies. Yeah, the, like, shape of his pants is a little different, and he's got that, like, little sporty under bit. Got the buttons. Show me Mickey. Wow. Like, if it's genuine, like, platforming, I want that so bad. I'm not kidding. I, like, miss that being, like, an earnest part. I'm gonna make up some fake expectation for myself. I'm gonna say we get nothing until October. And if we still don't get anything, I'll make up some other fake deadline. It's not a bad idea. A mirrored screen from Cage 3, where instead of Sora dropping in, Ryuge's... Yeah. Hi, baby! Oh my god, an angel! He's appeared! Hi, baby! Okay, fine. Mickey in the Hilton. What's that, the one where it's like Goofy swinging on the chandelier? It's real, but it's Mickey this time. Oh, come on. The crown's in the library shelves. Oh, sort of. So that's like the same symbol. That's like, we see it in Scala. You can kind of see it up here too. Which it has this like reminiscent crown shape. Which I don't think it's not supposed to look a bit like a crown, but it's not just the crown. It is like a slightly different shape. Dude, what's this fucking phone about? This beautiful rotary phone. It's Earthbound, duh. Look at her. The little, like, crease under her eyes with a little smile. She's so sweet. I love her. I love you, Strelitzia, I love you! Obsessed with her kiss, kiss, kiss directly on her forehead. Push the bangs up. Strel looks so picture decor, yeah. And she's like, alright, line up. I love this song. Birth by Sleep has the second best soundtrack. But I'm not. Well, I wouldn't put it that high, but I wouldn't put it very low either. I am bereaved. Well, Loop, we're looking at the new Kingdom Hearts 4 screenshots that they put out to sate us because we were so upset. Welcome. I gotta drive home from work though. Look, the screenshots aren't going anywhere. The screenshots. I always found it interesting how Birth by Sleep is a lot of techno-sounding songs, despite being a game that takes place in the past. I think that's an interesting point. Little magical shoes. So he's definitely like writing on this, and it's like a bunch of little shooting star chains. Like for sure, right? It's going woo all the way up, and here they're coming out. Pew 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 pew. Are those Neo shadows? That's kind of what I was wondering, but I don't quite think so. They're like not the right shapes. What if they're like shadows, but they've kind of possessed people? I don't know. Maybe people are getting hit by the goop, you know what I mean? Very scully up here with skulls. Ball on the back. Gives me Omnidroid from Incredibles vibes. They def look like actual people of some sort. Perhaps a realistic looking Heartless. Like, it'd be interesting if these were like how shadows kind of manifested in this side of, because like the dark side is like fucking huge, right? And a little different, but definitely still a dark side. But it's got like that big open maw. It's not like covered up anymore, but it's got this like creature face to it. So like, what if these are like shadows and they're like fucked up, you know? And everyone's like, man, if that little thing was real, it'd look fucked up, wouldn't it? Instead of a little cartoon guy. But then we have this thing back here that's very much like, you know, this guy, and he's pretty goofy looking, but like too much like human skeleton and not just humanoid. The human skeletal structure, you know. Look like something out of something more horror. I'm just sitting on my living room floor, mouth agape at all the possibilities we have from a handful of screenshots. Now, remind me vaguely of the shadows from Ico. Hell yeah. Bestie messaged me like the chain of broken links with the stars surrounding it. Arguably nominated symbol. Necklace theory confirmed. Not gonna lie, Niku, it looks like you're in the library with Mickey. Yeah. Maybe it's a skeleton because of the themes of death in Versus 13. Possibly. Not bad. Zora skeleton jacket. Taking a screenshot of the skull crown. Because, like, see, here's the thing. They have, like, little antennae that make them look like it's, like, a shadow, right? And there are a lot of them, and they're kind of moving around. Bottom of the foot. There's a bottom of the foot over here. For those that need it, there's the bottom of the foot right there. For free, dude. Don't let Twitch know. The feet look like shadow feet. A bit. But they got toes. And like ankles. And like human anatomy, you know? That looks amazing art inspired off this, I just know it. Canon feet pics? Yeah, for free, dude. They're fucking free. And like wide hips, it's true. Almost kind of like doll, like ball joint type stuff. My boyfriend says Sora's face looks like Wii Fit trainer in the topmost photo. Yeah, he's like super pale. And God, there's like no expression going on. Guy on the right, wide hips. Yeah, again, it's like there's like torso, and then like the legs are kind of tacked in on that side part. In that way, that's kind of ball jointy. Where is this melanin? I know. Bring it back, dude. You bunch of cowards. Get my boy a blood transfusion. A little freak out. Behind the change in the background, it looks like his propellers make a heart shape. Oh yeah, look right there. See, there's another one over here too. Maybe this is like he's about to take off, and this is when they're kind of like landed. These Japanese beauty standards hit my boy hard, I know. I thought there was something I was going to say. I don't remember. Like, what the hell is this? You know? But see, this is definitely like, you know, this is a dark side and it looks very different. So I just wouldn't be surprised if like this is the iteration upon like, this is what a shadow looks like. You know what I mean? Rift in space, perhaps, where they're seeping into the world. That's not a bad. That's not a bad idea. Maybe there's like something. It looks sword. It does. It does look sword-like. I think they'll show someone getting turned into a Heartless, like how they did in KH1. See, that would be really interesting. That would be really cool if they did. And then it is very much like super humanoid. It's like all of those arts where people take like, I'm gonna take the fun cartoony thing, I'm gonna make it fucking real. It's gonna look so fucked up kind of angle, but like not like particularly edgy as much as just like, this is what like darkness and these like manifestations are going to look like in the real world. You know what I mean? And so they're gonna be more like, instead of just like kind of like, it's like a shadow thing, this is very much like, they've given it texture and body and form. This is more like, you can look at it and envision like, this is what that would feel like if I touched it. It's almost like a hardened kind of tar. Because there's a rocky aspect to it, but like when it kind of forms, it's very splorpy. Dude, bare feet, left and right. His little shoes. He's got his little heels. Like Heartless with the big arms got the heart gap in their chest. Like the dark side. They've got something going on here. You can't see it very easily in this one. Maybe I'll... Yeah, they got like a little something. Look at them. Look at this little stance. Look at the little... Big. It's because they have the antenna that make me think that, like, it's a shadow. For sure. You know what I mean? You can see it on the red one. It looks like a heart-shaped gap, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see that right there. And you can kind of see it over here. Oh, you guys can't see it very well. Hold on. Or your chat's in the way. This guy. Right there. See? They're yucky. I like them. I know. They're weird little shadows. But, like, if you look at them, like, look at that little head tilt. Look at the little arms just being, like, hanging in the front. They just have like round little yellow circle eyes. Riku ankles, please. Yeah. Show us your scandalous ankles, Riku. What are you wearing them boots for? Makes me think about the the invisible. I also had that thought when I was looking at it. I have to start crawling on the walls and shit. That would be pretty cool. See, here's the thing, is that, like, in a way, I love getting this, like, in-universe, like, we have this, like, contextual, like, exploration of, like, taking something that is otherwise, like, cartoony and putting this, like, real-world filter over it, but, like, exploring that with purpose within the actual canon of the games. Is very interesting, and in a way kind of heading off any adaptation that would try to pull that and do it really bad, because they can't take anything that isn't realistic seriously. You can't just make a heartfelt story that's also kind of cartoony or whatever, because people are allergic to it. And the only way you can really like a movie is if there's a live action adaptation of it, right? But instead, we get this in a, like, kind of non-cynical, like, genuine exploration of, like, what if we took the Kingdom Hearts and we put it over here, and instead of being, like, this misguided attempt by people who don't really know what they're doing with it, and they're allergic to interacting with it on its own grounds, so they have to make it look like some overly detailed, realistic thing, because it has to be super real. Instead of that, they're just kind of making their own less cynically and actually interesting. And I just think that's cool. I think that you can engage with any concept, you know, it's just a matter of execution. You can make a character with homophobia in his eyes, with heterochromia, and, you know, and just be like, look, he's sick as fuck and he's got heterochromia and whatever, and he's also so cool and so strong, and we're like, hell yeah, let's go, Yozora. There's a little bit of a self-referential joking thing too. And he looks like that, and I love it. It makes him cooler. Heterophobia. Let's go. Ow, lad. Hearing someone putting their theory doc out in the world. Uh-huh. So, I wonder if they're gonna be... like, are these things going to move? Like, see, there are spikes on the back, and he's weird. Are those things going to move or be flowy or anything? Are they hardened into place? I don't know. The sparkles are so colorful and cute. I know, look at all the little colors. We got purple and yellow and green and red and blue. It's still so whimsical. Like, I love all of these little shooting star type chains, you know. They're like little hearts and fucking stars. That's Sora, a bunch of cute hearts and fucking stars. I love him. I love Kingdom Hearts. And like, look at all these particles. God damn. one end Kairi and one end Riku. What? On what? Specifically, this set of screenshots next to each other is a little crazy. Cute hearts and stars and disgusting skeletal humanoid heartless. Wouldn't be Kingdom Hearts without symbols you can doodle in notebook margins. It's true. Or Nominee, I guess, would be more adept. Yeah, Nominee would probably be more applicable in this scenario. Why are the two lights flying at the giant heartless? Yeah, isn't that interesting, Raku? Isn't it interesting how there are two lights and one is like a warm light and the other one's like a cool light? And they both look like shooting stars? What is that? What's going on there? Do you think maybe what we had been shown in the trailer... Listen to me. Do you think maybe what we were shown in the trailer while Sora is fighting this giant heartless? Do you think maybe that this is perhaps a midway-ish point in the game? And that, who knows, that, you know, Master of Masters and there is another party, obviously, with him, and it could be, Sigurd, it could be Lushu, but Sigurd is narrating, right? So we could assume maybe he's a part of it, I don't know. But they're like overseeing this fight, right? And wouldn't it be important, I feel, to oversee a fight, this big thing that he's having trouble fighting because it's like one of the biggest things he's ever fought. It's like, it's different. The gloves are off. This crazy shit is happening. And then that's when Riku comes in. That's how they defeat it. This is their reuniting point. Wouldn't that be fucking crazy? Because, you know, it could just be a part way through. Look at how beautiful and sparkly it all is. It's such a perfect, like, imagine Riku getting revealed amongst, like, fucking Unreal 5 particle storm, you know? It's, like, crazy. Sparkly. There's, like, smoke and, like, the light is fucking blasting ass. Look at that shit. Triangle to Riku this time. It's his turn. Rainbow sparkles. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is gonna happen and you're gonna run forward and Sora's looking. Look at him. Look at him over here. He's looking into the light. He doesn't seem upset, I'm gonna say. You know, it's very tentative. He's looking, but it's like, I look at this expression and there's like, there's a little bit of a smile. There's something where it's like, you know, I swear to God, if you predict, fucking quote me and we'll see, okay? Snap this shit where I'm talking about, like, this, if these are all related, because they're all really much in, like, the same place, that it's not too weird to assume that it's probably related. I could also be wrong. I'm not fucking, I don't care if I am. We're having fun. But listen, the fucking lights, these and the color coding, I'm just saying, stand out for sure. And also, would it not be significant for Master of Masters to be looking and observing when they finally reunite? Is this not part of his plan? You know what I mean? I love looking at old clips and seeing Link right. Except for everything I've ever said about Missing Link, apparently, because we could not foresee that one. I can't get over wiggle jams. Wiggle jams? Did I say so? I don't fucking know what I'm saying. I saw someone say the rotary phone is like a wind phone. I hadn't heard of this, so I looked it up and oh my god, it's a rotary phone used to connect you to deceased loved ones. Oh, there's a wiki article on that I'm reading now. That's really interesting. Mom when he's a Fujo. Well, Kate's Missing Link being canceled wasn't in Nomura's roadmap. Yeah, to be fair. This new chain looks like Nameless Stars chain. This is true. You are correct on that, for sure. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody clip or put a pin in it or remember that I said this, that I'm like, what if this is that kind of, like, midway point? Perhaps it's even kind of an early-ish midway point. Maybe we're like a 25-30% through the game or something, and then Riku comes in. Right, and we have this. Willy jams? Oh, that's one of my clips. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Buy these Willy jams and you'll be cured of your disease. And also you will help America. That's right. And also God bless President Trump, who is still our president, definitely. And he'll be coming back in
This was 3 years ago. No, it was 3 years ago. It wasn't true.
I remember you putting that in my Discord, and I was like, no, shut up, shut the fuck up. I should have stopped talking. It's still funny. I still think what I said was funny, but like, unfortunately, let this very unfortunately be the cursed by Apollo, that I speak the things into existence, apparently. No, I'm sorry. That's a lot. Alright, everybody, Missing Link is no longer canceled. Quick, resuscitate him. He's gonna come back. Trump presidency worth it if we get Sariku? Kind of radiates out from a point. Look, it's just like they're really showing off like how pretty it all looks, right? But it's like if this dark side like shattered, you know, consume the darkness, return it to light or whatever, and then suddenly we have a whole bunch of light and it's beautiful. And this would be such a look at all these. Look at these like droplets and stuff. Now envision with me the slow-mo drop. And this time it's Riku. And this time it's Sora watching. And he's like, oh, envision. Go with me on this journey. Nico, I'm already there. I knew you would be. He's whispering a little shit. I see it in my mind's eye. The romantic tension is eating me alive. And we actually get pretty sparkles this time. Yeah, his little Riku? It's like something where like before he even saw him, he would like know that it was him. Can't wait to fucking run through the pretty rainbow sparkles. This is why I can't have him forget Riku. I just think that it's significant to the plot that he hasn't in cases where he should have. And vice versa. That there are totally reasons that, like, he had every reason to forget Sora. Like, literally everybody else, including Sora's own parents, including Kairi, as well, forgot Sora's entire existence. And Riku just didn't. And I think that's important. And then when Riku forgot literally everybody ever forever, including Kairi, he still did not forget Riku. And I think that's significant. So, as much as the drama of forgetting Riku, I think he's going to forget things about Riku, as in he already forgot these traumatic things that we saw. Niku prediction foreshadowed. Okay, thank you. It's something where it's just like he's definitely locked away these like traumatic, like watching Riku fucking explode in front of him type memories. But I don't think he can like forget Riku. You know what I mean? But then, you know, watch me be wrong or whatever, and then it's some taste. Like, I'm not upset about like drama for the sake of drama, but like I'm just saying with what we've had so far, that's what I would think. need to get a milkshake. I'm taking you all with me. All right, we can go along in the phone. Yahoo! Fudanshi mom is so real. Dude, and I want him to be so bad. Because it would be so funny. That's the thing. Is like, of all characters to be going like, oh my god, all right, yes. You know, it's him. Like, genuine. Like, that's not even an exaggeration. That's him having fun with it. You know what I mean? I need him to say Loverboy. I know. I need him to say Loverboy so bad. Mom comes to my Fujo Club meetings every Saturday, I'm telling you. Loverboy. Yeah, Weatherboy. Exactly. It has to be in the energy of, like, wouldn't you like to know Weatherboy? Call my dad. Okay. No problem. Wouldn't you like to know Weatherboy? Loverboy. The way it would, like, it would, as if you just hit Riku with, like, a right hook straight to the jaw. It would catch him so off guard. He would not know what to do with himself. Posture check. I have good posture, thank you very much. In fact, I was overcorrecting my posture for a very long time. To make that gay man squirm. You'd be shocked. It was amazing. Oh boy, alright, so. Kingdom Hearts, huh? We can still talk about Missing Link. This is just obviously a very exciting damage control, and we could speculate about the future and stuff. But, like, that's not, like, it's completely gone off the table. You know what I mean? He's not used to strangers calling him out. He's not used to kind of anybody calling him out. Even Axel, when he was like, what is sword to you? And he was like, he just had nothing. I'm gonna put some images next to each other later. Don't even worry about it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, more damage control. Woohoo, more! Riku chokes under social pressure all the time. Like, it's something where, like, he's really kind of on his own frequency most of the time, and so other people can, like, trip him up in that way. Like Shiki was really fucking kind of running circles around him, and he was just like, I don't know. This is super annoying. Like, it's not like he's like, what? Huh? He's just like, oh my god. Okay, you know what I mean? Large or medium shake? Medium. I say medium for, you don't need a large shake. I don't know. I'm trying to be good, so... But you can... Damn, fine. Wish my dearly beloved didn't have to die for KH4 News, but hey, KH4 News. The Pope died for this! You're not gonna finish the large shake, dude. I'm a filthy American. I will drink large shakes if I please. I've been having to get used to my appetite getting smaller, and it's been taking a while to finally figure out how much I can eat. But I'm listening to my Niku. Look, I think you'll have a medium shake, and you will be sufficiently pleased. You know what I mean? But what if it's Rico? What if that's it? What if... Because here, consider, listen. Listen to me. Okay? The very first footage ever that we got of Kingdom Hearts 3. The very first footage we ever got of Kingdom Hearts 3 was right before was the lead up scene to the Sora saving Riku in the Dark Margin. Consider. The first footage of KH4 is about Riku. Everyone needs to listen to me right now. Exactly. So what if that scene that we see with the big climax is the scene we get to reunite with Riku? Nomura has the pattern. That's what look, that's what I'm saying. I'll be putting images together. Okay, alright. You're gonna be right. I'm not gonna be able to handle it. That clip is 12 years old. That was the first scene. That was the finding the Master Defender on the beach. And then, you know, he uses that Keyblade to then get directed to the secret place, and that takes him down into the realm of darkness and to save Riku. And like, that was the first fucking scene they showed. Was that scene. So, you know, yeah, seeing a big, huge dark side in the city, like, that could very much be like a banger of an opening, for sure, right? It could also be a really stellar kind of midway point. We're situated, we're doing stuff, and then now suddenly these problems are starting to leak into this part of the world. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I'm seeing two lights, and one of them's a warm light and one of them's a cool light, and then now we have this whole shot of this same area, more or less, and it's all just sparkles, and there's water, and there's just this light just piercing through the clouds. You know what I mean? It's just so possible. And they're so friends. And then they're gonna be so friends again. Hold on a second. Did I scare you? Sorry. Literally sparkle emojis. Riku. We'll be making out. Wow, such good friends. They're so friends. You guys are really friends if you don't make out with each other? Yeah. I make out with all my friends. All my best friends. Having the two question the very nature of their relationship. They're so friends again. I'm glad that line really stuck with everyone. Yeah, it's gonna be something like we're gonna fucking... Like, this is what happened with Final Fantasy 16, is suddenly we were hearing about the game being banned from certain countries because of homophobic, like there was just like, there is homosexual content, and they refused to cut it. So they were like, you can't sell the game here at all. And we're like, what do you mean there's homosexual content? Well, really? So like, that is gonna be like a dead giveaway if something happens. So, as insignificant other friends. There are cars, excuse stores in the middle of the road. Clearly something happened here. Something opened up or exploded, so we're staring at something in the mist. Why wouldn't it be Riku? Exactly. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, these could all be unrelated scenes, and we could just be coming to this place more than once. You know, just because they're close together, whatever, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily related. But also, they also could be. Like, why not? Because they're literally in the same fucking area. They're in one place. Wait, what was it in Final Fantasy 16? What, the homosexual content in Final Fantasy 16? Two men kissing on screen? Like, important characters, genuine. Sounded make out. It doesn't make me gay. I was joking, I'm quoting my favorite Nika clip. Yeah, there is a clip of me talking about it. It's like, you think they're not gonna explore this? No? Hello? Yes? And just a lot of, like, if they're gonna go look through all of this stuff, like, they set all of this up, you think they're not gonna follow up on it? Can we watch a boat? What, the one where I'm losing my mind over the boat that shows up? Because the lyrics were, like, a little too, like, it was, like, too literal in the AMV. Look at it. Look at it. Because what if there's Riku? What if he's there? In the light, he came in and he helped destroy the dark side. Making out with your best friend just because you want to show him how much you missed him. Because you thought he was dead, you know? Look, I would make out with my best friend because I thought he was dead. So, like, I would... I'm sick. I feel sick. Twisted. What is that? Because, like, see, like, it might just be because we're familiar with the area that they're showing screenshots in, you know, in the same area. Maybe we come here more than once, or we can come here freely, or whatever. But this is very much like, look at him. Brotherly love, wow. That makes me think it's happening during the, like, time being frozen. Yeah, who knows if it's moving or if everything's just, like, gently floating in that way, you know? Maybe Riku's, like, on the other side. Because there's, like, this, like, hole here, you see? This is, like, the other side of, like, the traffic. And all the cars, this is clearly, like, something's happened, you know, people, this isn't, like, normal. I'm running around. The Russian taunt! Here he comes with the Russian taunt! Bro, Sora can feel him. See, that's what I'm saying, where it's just like, he hasn't seen him, but another, you know, force came in and, like, helped him when he needed help. And he's standing there, and there's this beautiful light, and, like, it's just something that he just, like, knows without anything, you know? Like, he can look at, like, it's something where he's just like, I feel it, you know? It's something just... He would look at this light with no other indication of who it could be, and he would still go like, Riku? You know? For homework now, I could scream about Kingdom Hearts without distraction. Hooray! Yeah, just like in Land of Dragons, exactly. Lighting looks like dawn breaking. Lighting looks like dawn just broke. It's just so, especially when you see kind of the lighting over here in this shot, right? Where it's just like, it's kind of cloudy. You know, it's not like super bright or anything, but this is very bright. And this is him very much looking like he's looking into a light. And it's something where it's like, he's looking like, he's not upset, he's not defensive, it's not like a nothing expression. It's very just like a, like, we're inquisitive, we're wondering, you know, but it maybe even a little hopeful. I'm just, you know, I don't think he's in danger while it's happening. Road to Dawn, raw. Can we die together? His lips are reading E. in the Riku. No, like he's gasping here. Something, yeah. Maybe like KH3 where he says Kairi, so everyone thinks it's Kairi, but it ends up Riku, because of course it is. Dude, the wind phone thing? What is that? I want to know more about this. The phone you would use to talk to the deceased. Also similar to the color palette when Riku stood in front of him and defended him. Yeah, well, because it's like, as long it like if it's light, but it's like a cool light. Dude, if he picks it up and he starts pretending he can talk to Riku or any of his friends, I'll fucking cry. Yeah, so will I. It doesn't have to just be Riku, but like, it's just like trying to talk to people he misses. I'll die. Who else has the cool light? Man, like, this is just literally like, this is just secret movie fucking color scheme. That's it. It's so easy. Every time I gotta fucking allow gay ass, gay boy. March just sent me what you have on your screen. It was like zooming in on Strelitzia, like, is that Kairi? Nope. Mywindphone.com, the original phone of the wind. Oh yeah. Causing no Denwa. I can read kanji a little bit. The original wind phone was created in Japan by Itaru Sasaki while grieving his cousin who died of cancer. He purchased an old-fashioned phone booth and set it up in his garden. He installed an obsolete rotary phone that was not connected to the wires or any earthly system. Here, Itaru felt a continued connection to his cousin and found comfort and healing amid his grief. Itaru gave his phone booth a name, Kaze no Denwa, translated as the wind phone. Following year in 2011, an earthquake resulted in a tsunami with 30-foot waves that obliterated the coast of Japan, destroying entire towns and taking thousands of lives. Many were swept out to sea and their bodies never recovered. The city of Otsuchi is recorded with the highest number of missing persons. The tsunami's catastrophic ocean waves destroyed the town. Its people were left in ruins by the tsunami of grief thrust upon them. Itaru Sasaki salvaged his phone booth and relocated it on a windy hill overlooking the Pacific Ocean at the foot of the Kujirayama next to the town of Otsuchi. He welcomed mourners to visit his phone booth to make calls to the friends and relatives lost in the Great Tsunami, hoping they would find a connection to help them cope with their grief as it did him. The Phone of the Wind is a shrine mindfully created to connect people to their loved ones on the other side. It is one of the world's most powerful resilience sites. Grievers travel from around the world to call their loved ones in spirit, to say the things they didn't get a chance to say while the person was living. It is a place that offers the peace and solitude grievers need to work through their pain. Itaru Sasaki has inspired the creation of many beautiful spaces worldwide to hold space for a griever, one where the wind will carry their words to those they love who have gone ahead. The wind phone in the garden, Belgardia, is managed solely by Itaru Sasaki and his wife. They depend on a charitable foundation that supports the area. One where the wind will carry their words to those they love who've gone on ahead. I know, it's genuinely, it's just very sweet, you know? It's sad, it's bittersweet, but it's like, it's a nice little thing.
Sora telling someone on the other side Riku loves him. It's so well with Sora's wind theme. Yeah, that's the thing. That was like, while reading it, I'm like, yeah, okay, wind phone, right? But it's like, it's very much, it's Sora. And like, this could just be a rotary phone for whatever, right? But like, that would be really cool if it was. Strel talking to her brother, that would be really good. Especially if it was just like she's already doing this and she's like trying to talk to, you know, Lorium and stuff. And then like Sora would be like, you know, what is it? What are you doing? I'm like covering Sora's head perfectly. Like Sora's hair looks like it's my hair. And then, you know, maybe she'd be like, you know, I use this phone to, like, talk to the people I miss, and yada, 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 and so, like, you could give it a try. And so that he does. Definitely looks like it's in the apartment. Because he has a, look, the dude's got a smartwatch on. I don't think the actual phone is going to be much of an issue, as much as, like, this will be symbolic of something. He's got a smartwatch on. So it's safe to say that it's not like a phone that would be used unless it was like it's a special phone that like is linked to it. Like, this is the mom phone where he calls me and like gives me shit. He he calls me and makes like prank phone calls in the middle of the night. It's really fucking annoying, you know. I'm wondering too if it's like it's not a portal but just the fallout of whatever shooting star magic that destroyed the Heartless. But the main light behind it is just the sun. I mean, yeah, it could be. Like, I think what all of this is probably, like, this motherfucker blew up into a bunch of pieces. And, you know, again, the consume the darkness, return to light. So now it's all of these, like, because it very much looks like water or, like, kind of crystalline little flecks of some sort. But it very much looks, see, you can see, like, how it's, like, things are refracting through it. That was my assumption, is that it would be like, hi, Claude. I assume you looked at the links I sent you. We're here talking about all of this. We were here, obviously, mourning. And then, while we were fucking talking about it, suddenly we got this shit. And so, live on stream, I got to react to seeing it. The Japanese screenshots are a little different than the English screenshot. At least the top one and like Mickey's a little different. And the quality for the Japanese one is a little higher. It's a little less artifacted, but otherwise we're just talking about stuff. And we were just talking about, so somebody had been talking about the concept of the wind phone, and it's this, we were literally just reading like the website of like the guy who kind of created it, and he had set up a telephone booth for like with a disconnected rotary phone where he would use it to talk to his cousin who had died of cancer. And then he had set it up as a thing for people grieving, especially after, you know, amid natural disasters and tsunamis that were wiping people out. He was like, hey, I've set this up kind of around this cliffside and stuff, and, you know, you can come up and talk to the people you miss and your loved ones and stuff. And it's something where it's like the wind phone is supposed to be like your message is carried onto the wind to the people who need to hear it, you know, who have gone on without you. And so, like, the concept of the wind phone being this rotary phone, so somebody, you know, had pointed out that, like, well, what is this rotary phone here and why is it so important? Especially when they definitely have, like, technology, right? Isn't it just, it's a really cool concept in general. Like, it's just like, wow, that's really heartfelt and sweet and really neat to just learn about. But, like, the idea that, like, this rotary phone could be something, because there's such a focus on it, and there's an update to Sora's outfit a little bit, and he's got a smartwatch on. He does have a fucking watch on his wrist, so I'm like, I don't think this is gonna be like, well, we don't really have phones though, you know what I mean? Like, this is like modern day, you know, type thing. So I don't think like the actual need of phones, like, this is going to be symbolic of something. That's why there's such a focus on it. It's right in the middle, and yeah, KH4 is gonna tackle life and death so hard. So like, it feels like something that's like he's getting his steps in for Pikmin. It's true, but like the idea that he's kind of in this like afterlife in a sense, but he's using this to try and like talk to the people he misses and stuff would be really sweet. And I feel very pointed. Also, Mickey Mouse is in Scala and Kylum. Scala and Kylum. But, yeah, I think that this would be something. Wasn't there, like, wasn't there, like, a, one of the, like, posters, one of the ads or something that, like, had a phone? There's a lot of themes of, like, being alone. There's, like, the dog poster one that's, like, alone. KH4 having fitness videos for Sword to watch. Also, Claude, if you will look right here. You see this? You see? You see this warm colored light? And you see this blue, this cool colored light? And they like look like shooting stars a little bit. I'm like, you know, I'm just, you know? I sure am seeing the two different colors. It's Riku. Riku's here. It was like one of the first things I fucking noticed. I was just like, and so we were all talking about generally how these are all kind of like in the same place. You know what I mean? Like where this takes place and where we've seen in the trailer and everything. Or contrast between the top 3 images and the bottom 3. Yeah, the nice and the warm and then like the cool. But it's like, oh, we know where this is. You know, we know where these places are. Because this is like the flip side. If you like flip the camera a little bit. Anyway, and so we're like, wow, is this, and I brought this up, right? We're reiterating, we're revisiting because now, Claude, you're here. I was bringing up that, you know, what we were shown in the trailer, obviously, he's having this big fight with, like, this big dark side, and it's all crazy and kind of, this. It could very much be something that happens at the very start of the game, is like a bang, zip bang fucking beginning, or it could be, you know, not the very beginning of the game. It could be kind of a midway point. It could be kind of a, I don't know, 30-40% point. Like, you know, it could be somewhere like that, because consider the KH3, the very first footage we ever had of KH3. Recall, if you will, fucking rewind and look at it and remember that it's the scene that like immediately precedes going to, because he's trying to save Riku, and then he finds the Master Defender on the beach, and then he immediately goes to the Realm of Darkness. And it's just like, boy, that was the first fucking scene you showed us? That was the first one? And that one ended up being towards the end of the game. That was like 75, 80% in. Sort of the bulk of the worlds are done, and then we just had the rest of back in 2013. I'm just saying, what if the big fight with the really big dark side that's scaring everybody is a little later into the game, actually, and that maybe it's actually the point where we reunite with Riku? if these are anything to go by, right? Maybe. Will you wear wigs? Maybe. Riku and Sora Darkseid being a thing in so many games, though. Nomura loves to tease the scene right before Riku reunion. So like here's the current thoughts, right? Where it's just like, okay, we see these colored lights, very color-coordinated. We've been trained, we've been taught what these colors mean. And it finally destroys, with their combined power, right, it destroys the dark side. Like, Sora's struggling to do it by himself. And together, you know, together we can do it. They get this taken care of, right? And it explodes into all of these beautiful, like, all of this, right? Because it's really very much like if it got destroyed and everywhere. And all of these beautiful droplets, these crystalline droplets. And there's this bright, bright light cutting through the smoky, whatever, the cloud, the fog. It's clearly like there's this light in the fucking distance, and it's a Riku. And we see this, and we see Sora clearly, like, looking, right? He's looking off. He's staring, but it's like, it's this kind of not upset, not scared, not defensive, just this tentative, like, looking. That's like almost, there's like almost a little bit of a smile, but it's very like a kind of, you know, maybe he just had a little gasp. Maybe he's about to run, you know, like forward. Like there's something where he's looking on into it. And I'm just saying they could be related, and also they could not be, and I don't, you know, whatever, but we do have, like a little clip of, you use fanfiction porn. Listen to me. That reunion, that not quite reunion, but like the Realm of Darkness fucking scene where he comes in and saves him is so indulgent, it basically came out of a fanfic. I cannot believe that scene is real. The crack open a cold one, boys. Sora's flying in from a door in the sky, you know, just to land in time. Boom, the slow motion, the droplets, and you look at Riku and he's just like fucking flabbergasted, and his eyebrows going straight up into his bangs, you know, looking goofy, and it's Sora just landing in the slow-mo land, and then he goes, I made it, you know, and then they summon the game blade, and then he's running off, and then Aqua's going to attack him, and Sora blocks him just in time. Like, that whole scene is so like, is this real? Like, don't be coming after me. Do not shoot the messenger, alright? You don't literally anyone nod to Kingdom Hearts. Half the time you show people genuine, like, passages from the novels, and people go, what is that fan fiction you are showing me? In earnest, without knowing. Can you put it up on the screen for us? I could. Going crazy, that scene being paralleled here against the dark side. Like, could you imagine? I can, and I am, right in front of you, on live, in front of 76 people. Can we watch? Is this, have you sent it to me? Perfect. Great. This looks, what is the quality here? 720? That's it? That's it? Damn. 6 fucking years ago, right? You did send me a little bit of doo-doo, but that's okay. Ooh, it's bad. It's not good. It's whatever, you get the idea. I'm recording this in 4K. 4K 720p. It's been a while since we've done this. This is a classic. Sure, you know, whatever. Yeah. And the heroic view. He's so cute. This, all of this, is this not
I made it.
fan fiction straight from the heart? And then we summon our tandem fucking keyblades that connect together like puzzle pieces with our Palpoof and keychain. And then Dearly Beloved plays. Whoa! And then we strike down together. Yeah! But wait, that's not all. One more little drama for the road. You think this isn't fan fiction, but real? Like, you think this is as indulgent as possible? Ooh, that was chunky. That was lacking
Sora?
frames.
I had a little help. Watch over the king. I've got this.
Okay.
There you go. I've also heard these lines 400 million times. I've got the inflection down pat. We used to watch 720p and we liked it. We didn't know any better. We did not know that there was better for us out there. You know what I mean? And then you get the good baloney. And then you can't go back. One of the things that drives me crazy, by the way, is like having, what is this you sent me? That's a little better. You should try and find something that's, like, there are like 4K fucking, hello P, welcome, hey. Whoa, we're like in the, whoa, now we can see the differences. Whoa, I have it like in the exact same place. Making him wiggle. Anime 420 cropped and mirrored part 3 of 27. Yeah, Naruto episode 72 part 2. 10 minutes. 10 minute long. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there's a lot of recordings now. Hello, Cage Guides. Hi. What bountiful damage control news we've gotten today, huh? How exciting is that? Also, bountiful, so damage control. By the way, as well, I will have you know, now that you're here, right here, and I can tell you directly, I did get a reconnect ticket, so I will be going. I'm very excited about it. Me and Canary are both going to come. So, very fun, exciting stuff. Yahoo! I used to live in Denver, so it's gonna be fun to kind of go back to visit a little bit. They broke our legs, but at least they gave us casts. Hooray! Nostalgia trip. Yeah, really. Kiss them on the mouth. They gave us a trailer, like, right now. Just a little bit. Just, like, a little bit. A what ticket? Reconnect. It's a Kingdom Hearts kind of, like, community little fan event type thing over the weekend. And there's a little award show and everything, and it's pretty cool. And I haven't gone before, but you know, I had reason to go, and it just worked out. So Canary and I are going. It'll be exciting. There you go. Reconnect. You want to go? Well, check it out then. The only thing is, it is in Denver, so you do need like lodging. Which it is in a hotel, so they have that there, but you know, I understand the money is an issue sometimes, so but it's like right on my mom's birthday. That's fair. Dude, his little booties, the hearts and the stars. Oh, hey, do I have any pets? Yeah. My special baby boy. so bad. Well, if anybody was considering going and you want to hang out with this guy, well, I'll be there. So. Dude, baby cat. She could afford to go. Well, hopefully it won't be the last one, you know? I know, I love the Neverland Sky music. I'd hang out with Unigu. I know. Bro, he was a troll. It's true. Usually if someone comes in asking a completely irrelevant question and it says that they're a first-time chatter, I'm going to assume that they're probably trying to fuck with me. The cage track for me. Very magical, very whimsy. I love the rendition where it is the Twinkle Twinkle Holidays into the Neverland Sky. I love that one. That one's it's one of my favorites. Yeah, the concert one. Suddenly I can't remember what because it was like, it was specifically like one for Shimomura's work. So it was kind of a blending of her different works from different games. But I'll have to go to a cage event, but that feeling when I can't even afford to eat, so Con would be dreaming. Yeah. Good morning. Are these new images? No, I made them up. They're fake. Was it a project design? No, it wasn't. It was like a real concert for, well, not to say that that wouldn't be real, but I mean, it was more like an official, like, it was a Shimomura, like, concert of her works. Bruh, not somebody already feeding the screenshots into AI to make videos. Cool. You want to, if we all get guns, do we want to take care of the problem, or? That should be easy. Anyway, yeah, no, we got screenshots to sate the masses because we were all bereaved. We were grieving. My my BRB screen is a picture of a funeral. Like, problems in the front? No, I don't want to deal with that. Got it. I will take care of that. Anyway. Why is there no good 1080 60p Suryu gameplay scene? I don't know. Anyway. You can't hate on my Suryu at my 360p. You don't deserve it at 4K. I know that the KH Vids was doing a like 60 FPS 4K like upload of all of the cutscenes, and I was fucking waiting for some of the like, and I was like, oh, I really want like Remind and like other stuff, and they got to a certain point and then it just kind of hasn't updated for a while. And I've been waiting. I want some of the Remind cutscenes, especially because like that scene specifically with Yozora, you know, Sora's waking up, like the quality of that scene can jumble so much between uploads, simply because like because it's so dark, and it can be like the compression gets kind of wiggy because it's having trouble with like the subtlety of the tone shifts, you know, and how like bright or dark something is. So it can look bad, but I want it while it's looking good. I need it. Yeah, we'll have Sacred Moon. That's fine. If Cage Vids can ever find Cage 2 clips without subtitles. Have they not? Is that not cool? Because they're obviously, like, now I can have, like, Cage 3 scenes without subtitles, right? And I don't know if there was ever... Maybe they just couldn't. Maybe it's just too baked in a little bit. Who knows? Not saying, like, well, they can do it in Cage 3. It's like there was a huge gap between those things, but, like, I just would have figured by now something would have been figured out. Can't turn them off for the remix or OG, I think. Well, OG, I would not be surprised. Like, I don't think you could turn them off. I was just thinking that, like, if it is on PC, I would figure there's something that could be done about it at this point. So, but if they're baked in, you can't really do anything about it. Dude is watch. Yeah, this really looks like, but this looks kind of like a leg and a foot. Right here. Oh, I only just realized it's streaming just as I'm going to bed. So sorry. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. Controlling the music playlist. Oh no, put whatever you wanted. That's what it's there for. All of this said, really quick. Dude, when we were getting Riku Aglet, I don't know. I feel like they're fucking holding on to that one. I want it now. I want it now. Okay, hold on. I want to take my plates up.
Shooting at us.
Oh my god. We're bad time. Hi, Gam. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How do I wreck a song? Put exclamation point, song request, and then the video link. What is this he sent me? Hello. Let's fucking go. Oh yeah, let's go. Hold on, let's sit here for a moment. How does the group canceling session? It went a lot better as soon as this shit dropped. I'm gonna be real. The exact same thought I did when looking at the bottom, that bottom middle picture. Maybe. I mean, I was definitely talking about it at length. You could force chat to sit through sleep token. No, let me have the aux cord. Unfortunately, like, you can force me to listen to whatever you want, but probably not on stream. Not like this. Anyway, hello everybody. Hi, welcome. This has been the grief counseling for the missing link dying. The funeral's over. We're jamming at the reception. Exactly. I did. Hold on. Let me show you really quick. Let me play my shtick really quick. Did I get rid of it entirely? Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. You have to see. Okay. What dropped? What have I missed? These screenshots. Mexican funeral. I was like, hey, that looks like it could be the final world transition analogy. That's only a still. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's this guy exploding. I also, what I see is I look at this and I see a very warm colored, distinctly Sora looking light and a cool colored other guy light. Like maybe perhaps a Riku of some kind. And what if perhaps the fight that we see in the trailer isn't the beginning? Not that I immediately assumed, but it's all we've been seeing, right? And that's more of like a midway point. And this would be the time that we reunite with Riku, because they do really love putting scenes that are important to Riku right at the beginning, a la the Cage 3 trailer opening. The very first footage we see at all being the scene where we go to save Riku. Well, we've seen those in Quadratum before, exactly. Why is Mickey in what looks like Hollow Bastion Library? He is absolutely in Scala Ed Kylum, just as Yen Sid had sent him off to do. At the end of Melody of Memory, there is a scene where they are kind of following up on everything. Riku has left for Quadratum. Kairi is electing
to train under Master Aqua, and Mickey being stopped to go chase after Riku for his own safety, has instead been instructed to investigate Skull Ed Kylum. And so this here is Mickey in Skull Ed Kylum, and we know this because you can see like other stuff that's like very indicative of Scala here. And I love the idea that like we actually have to like platform. Please God, make me actually platform. I want a platform so bad, and I want it to fucking matter. Please, I want it. Oh my God. I miss it, dude. Dude, I miss it. And I like getting to free run up walls and stuff, but like I want to build to that point. Kingdom Hearts 1 has such a strong feeling of like progression with how you unlock things, because they really do take all of these opportunities to show you things that you can't get to. And it really incentivizes you to be like, you finally get high jump in Monstro and you're like, I could get to this other place that I saw with the... Yeah, you know, and it's something that like really opens up the worlds in a way that like they never quite did ever after that. And it's something that like, it's one of the things that makes like KH1 to me so much fun to play. Is like, I like that there's a verticality to it. It adds a lot of life to a small space, instead of just like room you run through and then you're to the other side of the room, like KH2 a lot of the time. But KH2 had a lot of interactivity, you know, with like reaction commands and stuff like that. So I feel since Sora's getting a bit of a hard reset, it would be really fun and interesting to bring that back. See, I feel like, especially with what we've seen in the trailer as well, the way he has to navigate by like pulling himself up and then like jumping from here to there, that it's going to be more, still obviously fantasy, I am running up a fucking building, but like it's gonna be a little bit more grounded in the way that like it feels like it's not like Big Hero 6 going like, I'm gonna run up that building now, and you just kind of run at it and you go you just whoop, you just can go straight up the fucking building. And this one's like, you really have to like navigate through it. It makes it feel more satisfying if it is a more like limited, you know what I mean, where it's still this like crazy, like you can go shoop and like fucking Spider-Man sling yourself to like a light pole or whatever, versus just like, what if I jumped and then I dashed through the air and then I spun on the pole and then I ran up another wall. He probably won't be as floaty. Yeah, probably. I like Dream Drop flow motion, felt so free. I mean, and I think it's appropriate because it's a dream, and I think that's fun. He's figuring out his abilities again. I think it's just like, it's also something that's gonna be like, maybe the feeling will be a bit because of where it's like, we are in a very much more like modern, realistic setting of like, you know, we're in the real world now, sort of, right? Also the rotary phone, we were discussing the rotary phone earlier. As somebody brought up that it could be something like what's called a wind phone, which is this concept that was started by a guy who wanted to speak to a dead family member who had died from cancer, and so he had a rotary phone in like a phone booth that he would use to talk to, you know, the deceased, right? Like the person he lost, and it wasn't connected or anything. And so the idea was that like it kind of carries the voice on the wind to, you know, who you need to hear it, kind of a thing. And so it's been this thing to talk to, you know, your friends and family who've kind of moved on already. There's a whole website about it that we were looking, but somebody had suggested like, hey, well, maybe it's like a rotary phone, like what, maybe it's a wind phone, which is just a really cool concept. I'm just happy to have learned about it today, whether it is that or not. But because, as we were saying, that this is a very obviously modern setting and they've had phones already, even on the cartoon side of things, and Sora has like a smartwatch. Dude's got like an Apple Watch on. Look at him. Whoop. He's got like a watch on his wrist. So I don't imagine the actual, like, he's gonna be like, well, this is the phone that we have or whatever.
it's probably more symbolic of something else, especially because it's got like this whole screenshot here. They're selling his info to third parties. They're counting his steps. Wasn't there someone literally recording in the Cage 4 trailer? Yeah, somebody has like a phone and they're like recording it. So I'm just you know, making the point of like, this phone is probably going to be something else than just a phone. So it's, you know, but also he's got a watch on now, you guys. Look, for fun. This is the fun pointing out he's got a watch on his wrist. Isn't that cool? Isn't that exciting? He knows the time. Exactly. He can FaceTime badly, and it's gonna be like down here, and Streletsky is just gonna like be like looking up his nose. It'll be really good. He's really good at it. And then it's gonna be like, where is it? And he's gonna be like, there. And she's like, that doesn't help. That doesn't help. He's like, oh, you know. I love that he has another piece of tech. He figures out how to use it. It's really just like camera, like phone underneath, you know. Sora looks down at his smartwatch to learn that his USPS package has arrived at the warehouse but cannot be delivered due to incorrect zip code. The existence of buses, which makes me think that we might get a chance to see Pete and Maleficent trying to blend in normally among I want to see them take the bus. He clicks the link. No. Technologically illiterate Sora is so important to me. You know, he started to learn how his phone works, right? He can figure it out. I hope he can transfer his photos from his gummy phone. And he sets the background as Riku, Pete and Maleficent in the Tokyo subway. What will they do? Because Pete's so huge too, you know, and he's like bumping people around trying to get in. Very enchanted energy. We can port our own gummy phone shots and choose the background. I would love that. We're gonna assume it's cosplay, yeah. I think there's a reason that the combat picture is different between NA and JP. No real reason. I mean, it's just like, because they're different builds. Do keep in mind when it comes to like the English and the Japanese versions, it's not like something they necessarily like turn on and off. And so it's gonna be like, okay, cool, we took our little screenshot or whatever in the original build, and then they go over to the English build to get a similar enough shot, right? And so it's in the same place and they're doing stuff. You can see it here with the Mickey too, because it has a menu in it at all. It's slightly different. But also, for those of you who have just arrived, let's look really quick. One of my favorite things here. The command menu. Roads. These are roads. Okay, we can see the buildings. There's the 104 building right there. You know, all of this. Like the side here. This is like the little fence and the shrubs for your walkway. This right here on the very edge. Oh, sorry, you guys are like covering it up a little bit. Right here. See this? It's like a crosswalk as an edge. And then these are all roads because you can see the dotted lines, right? Each of these is like a street. How exciting is that, huh? I know, 98 viewers. We were over 100 and then, you know, a couple people left, but item quantity is such a good feature. I know. Having like potions, but like, hey, you bet you got 3. You have 3 of them. It just is a quick check. Oh, please. Tokyo Municipal Building is there too. I'm gonna take your word on that. Yeah, anyway, I was saying that like truly, genuinely, these customized menus are one of my favorite parts of Kingdom Hearts. It's something that it's like, it's just so
It's so small. It's so not necessary, but it's like so part of the charm. It's that attention to detail, no matter where you are, no matter what room you're in, even when you're like, I'm gonna go into Namine's room in the mansion, and it's one fucking room, and they give it a unique command menu anyway. You know, it's the 100-acre woods saying hit instead of attack, and then there's honey oozed on the O, so it says commands, and they didn't, you know, they didn't know, but like, I think it's funny. It adds immersion in a nice way. It does, and it's like a fun, it's just fun, and it's one of those little charm points that I love. One of my favorite parts, and it was one of the things I was so scared that Kingdom Hearts 3 wasn't going to have for a while, because they had a lot of trailers and footage that would show the command menu, but it was just default whatever, because they just hadn't loaded it up for it was fine. I was like, maybe we didn't have a... Did you guys not notice? Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh in Cage 2, it's supposed to be like, it's spelled wrong, you know, like a lot of it is, but it's like there's honey oozed onto the O, so it's supposed to spell commands wrong, but the thing is, come. So, you know, but obviously not enough people are going to notice it for it to matter, so there it stays. Anyway, you would notice command. What about it, man? What are you telling me I can read? You telling me I can read well? Thanks. For shame you would notice that. I'm reading text. They did it. They wrote it out. That's them. Just because I can fucking read. Don't shoot the messenger, all right? Sorry, you didn't fucking notice it. There you go. Command, dude. Not my fault you guys can't reads. You guys can't reads. And I can't speaks. But I can reads. Command what? Haha, and then what? I respect it, dude, no shade. I'm fighting you, specifically. Anyway, I just think that's funny. Sorry to bring that to attention, but anyway, I was worried about it for a really long time that they wouldn't have that in Kingdom Hearts 3 until finally in some, like, late trailer it popped up, and, I was just, oh my god. I was so stoked. So seeing this so early and seeing just like this cute little, they're streets, you know, I'm beyond excited. Command these nuts. The old improv adage, come and, yeah, exactly. Dude, you get it. You're so smart. Okay, you guys, like, rated me right as I was gonna go to the bathroom really quick. Tab over. I will in a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. And I gotta take all my, it smells like food in here and it's driving me crazy. Let me take my plates up and let me go to the, yeah, IBS Haver, it's tagged, all right? You guys should know this. Piss on screen. It ain't piss. Anyway, I gotta go. I know I will. My god, I'll be right back, okay? Everybody just hold your horses, and then we'll go and look. I know! My god! Okay, let me pause the beautiful music. Okay. I go. Hello, I'm back. Hello. I return. I'm feeling better. We're good. Hi, Astral. Boy, glaring at them so intensely. Somebody just fucking died. How are you fucking smiling? I'm telling you, it's the right call. It's the right call to just give us something to fucking look at. Look, it's me. Why did you, huh? Boom.
Look at him. Look at him look. Little things. It's the little things. Wow. I know. This one's gonna look better. What is he looking at? What is he looking at? The fact that he isn't looking at the camera smiling gives me some kind of emotion. They've wanted to for so long do this where it's moving in like real time. You can see old footage of Final Fantasy Versus 13 where they were trying to do this with the party with the boys, right? Which obviously did not quite come to fruition. And you can kind of see this at the beginning of like early KH3 footage. And obviously that didn't quite come out. And so instead of art, it was like, hey, we have the pictures. They're the still images though. And so this, especially because he's like looking, I just feel like it's probably, you know, I hope it's the real time moving. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, giving us any kind of crumbs for us to scavenge was def smart on their part. Yeah, I think so. Because this truly was just like, hey, we're gonna, like, literally this was my screen. This is us mourning Marsh, and we don't get our game and all of the things I was looking forward to doing, which I'm still sad we're not going to. Don't get me wrong, it's not like it doesn't not suck, right? But like, I think part of what made that suck so much was like, not only is it gone now, we don't get it, it's also like, we just had nothing to hold on to afterwards. You know, it was just like, hey, guess what? It's canceled. We're really, really sorry about that. We're so sorry. And then nothing else. And we're just like, we've been sitting in radio silence for so fucking long that it's just like, I can't reasonably expect like, oh, okay, well, you know, Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming soon though, so like, it's fine. Like, this has been our one thing we could look forward to the whole time. And now it's just gone with no explanation really, and that's it, you know. And so having this just feels a lot more like, cool. Like, it gives us something to chew on, and that's what Missing Link already was going to be something to chew on. And yeah, there's going to be problems with like, now there's a bunch of story shit that I don't know where it's going to go or what's going to, you know, Square's pipeline looking barren. Yeah, that whole like image is not that clear, I'm gonna be real, because they're like, it's gonna be like 3 years for a reset kind of a thing, and it's just like, okay, things that we do know about, you know, coming out when they're coming, like, here's Final Fantasy VII on the Switch is gonna happen, and we're like, yeah. And then there's that really vague like other flagship titles or whatever. We're like, okay, and that's it. Like, we don't have fucking anything to like really latch onto. So didn't feel good. You know what I mean? It was just like, here's the thing you've been waiting on for like 3 years that we've already tested and like played a bit, and everybody was just ready. Everybody was ready and waiting, and now it's just not happening, probably because it wasn't going to make money. As well as obviously the mobile market has been shifting, and you know, it sucks to have something that can just vanish anyway. Like, a lot of people were not looking forward to it because it was gonna be a mobile game that was gonna vanish anyway. But, you know, I already said the things that I liked about that kind of model, not so much the gacha, but the having the mobile kind of community thing. That's what I wanted, right? That's what I was looking forward to, and now we don't really have that. But shit, what point was I gonna make? So I wonder why they canceled it. Like, it just decreases the hype so badly. I feel bad for the devs because they definitely worked really hard on it. There was a lot going on there. The menus were fucking cool. The music was great. You know, all of the cutscenes were really fun. All of this stuff. Upset they cut the core before it even had a chance. Yeah. I don't remember what I was fucking... I don't remember what larger point I was making. But... it just sucks not to have a little bit. You know what I mean? It was something I was looking forward to. I was waiting for. I upgraded my phone for it. Participated, more or less, in betas. Canceling, I get, but waiting so long into development just feels bad. For sure. I think that's part of it, where it's just like, hey, we've announced this, maybe we're starting, and then not this far into it, you know, going, hey, we gotta cancel the project, right? But it's because it took so fucking long, and because we had already played it several times now. All of this stuff, people were just like ready. They were just gearing up to play, and then it's just gone. because of longevity, right? Which is just like, oh, okay. You mean like you could not make money? Hi, Miko, hi. Welcome. Yeah, so here, I'll pop back over here. They gave us, you know, oh, sorry, don't look at that. I had it over here, it was easier to look at. Screw longevity, keep missing link. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 news, huh? Just so you know, Miko, in case you did not notice, the Japanese and English ones are slightly different screenshots. Commands. I guess I never noticed that. Commands, plural. Like Gabby said earlier, handheld console dying is such a tragedy because this game would have been perfect for one. Yeah, I think so. I think it would have been a perfect little side bridge game that we just don't get those anymore, you know what I mean? But they gave us this to quell the masses, you know what I mean? And I think that's just perfectly fair to do, because it is something where it's like people have been getting squirrely for a long fucking time, even just for anything. And for a lot of people, Missing Link was just going to be that, like, I can at least, you know, nibble on this while I wait for Kingdom Hearts 4. And then now that we didn't have that, it was just like, well, now what? Now it's just everyone fucking spiraling in public. And so they were like, oh geez, oh god. And then they gave us this. And it happened, by the way, Miko, like while I was in the middle of stream. We were having our bereavement, you know, we were grieving, we were holding hands, we're talking about it. And then it was just like, hey, whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, what? And I'm like, what is it? What are you talking about? And it just like pops up. We're like, like, the fact that we even got Dark Road at all, we don't even get Missing Link now. I know. I just hope that we can still get the cutscenes were genuinely, like, so cute and fun, and, like, they were having fun with camera angles and, like, telling a little story, and everything was voice acted, you know what I mean? It was all voice acted. That was already done. There were so many lines from the trailer that are voiced from shit we never even saw. I would love to just see it, at least. I'm so glad we got Dark Road. I'm also glad we got Dark Road. At the beginning of your stream right before our going, I enjoyed your starting soon screen. Thank you. The reason they canceled Missing Link was because the gameplay was bad. They can deliver that info meant for Missing Link some other way. It was not because the gameplay was bad. I can say that from, like, experience. Secondhand, but experience of me basically sitting and watching over my friend's shoulder, right, while they got to play the beta, and we were kind of going through it together. And the gameplay is just like, it's actually really neat and cool. It really is just playing a, you know, an action RPG, but on your phone. We're gonna cancel for bad gameplay. There's no way. I'm totally gonna make a movie or something up for it. Well, what I mean by that is that they said about long-term satisfaction. I read that as possibly the gameplay not really having any evolution past what they already had. maybe when I read that more as like, that reads to me as speak for like, oh yeah, well, it wouldn't have been like, you know, in the end, but it's more like we were not going to be able to make money off of this in a profitable long-term way, that our higher ups are that like expect of us. You know what I mean? Because that's a pretty weak ass fucking, if it would be like, well, but it won't change that much, you know, or, oh, I don't know, Cucks had, like, not a lot going on, and it was fine. And also, man, I'm picking up on subtext in a sense that's almost 100% been translated from Japanese PR statements. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think they financially couldn't upkeep live service. I think that's genuinely probably what it was. Which is annoying and unfortunate, and that's just the reality of mobile games, which is why people are frustrated it was a mobile game in the first place. But again, we don't really live in the same world that we did, where we could get bridge titles on side cons, like a portable, you know, we can't get our Chain of Memories or our Birth by Sleeps the same way anymore. You know, obviously you can make stuff for like a Switch, but everything's so homogenized these days anyway. Yeah, rip to the DS. Now that was a real one. Give me a second. Just responding to something. Give me a second. Okay, let's see here. I just thought there wasn't going to be a new handheld console. Imagine if we'd gotten a Kingdom Hearts game on Vita. Woo! The Vita that everybody definitely had. Also sort of imagining, like, the game started development when NFTs were still kind of a big thing, yeah. Square had been heavily considering and even investing in those scams. Yes. I wonder if a lot of the holdup in development was the devs pushing back against adding that shit to the game at the exec's insistence. I mean, there's a very realistic possibility of that, because that was something, it went so far as they like sold different IPs to acquire that like minting company, right? And one of them was like fucking Tomb Raider. Insane, stupid, dumbass shit. And then they've had this, like, reformatting within the company that probably, you know, it could help in the long term, but, like, as far as, like, they're trying to recover from, like, the dipshit maneuvers that were happening, and so now, suddenly, you know, it's just like, hey, we made mistakes. We financially, I don't think, can go into a shaky market like mobile games, because, they aren't very financially lucrative unless we're selling basically, like, you know, waifus to dudes who have a lot of money to spend, and so you know, and so the Final Fantasy VII one, I always keep forgetting its name. I know it, but it's escaping me. Anyway, that's why that one's living at all, because they can put
Tifa in a cute outfit and sell it at least. Thank you, Ever Crisis. Shareholders having a day. It's the bane of our existence. It's true. Remember Square Enix being interested in NFTs. I wonder how Disney execs feel about the state of Kingdom Hearts right now. Honestly, they probably don't feel a whole lot about it. I'm gonna be real. There are gonna be like specific people who, you know, handle the dealings with of all of this. You know, they handle the video game side of things. Most of them are just going to be like, there's some kind of you know, like, yeah, we have a game, Kingdom of Hearts or something like that, you know. They're not going to be that involved. It's just another property. And I don't think it's something that they're going to be like, wow, what a bad look. You know, it's just like business. It happens. You know what I mean? I could say save KH Mobile Games. Give Riku a huge rack. I mean, he's on his way. I feel like there's something... Yeah, but the way to save it... Like, I feel like... Because there aren't really mobile games the same way that there were, you know, like... I can't get a game on my DS that they made in... Like, I can't get Dream Drop Distance they made in a year on my 3DS anymore. You know what I mean? But, like... You could make a game on the phone, but just have people buy it straight out, right? Is that not an option? Can we not just have a game that's like, hey, you purchase it so you can play it? Remember how crazy fucking Balatro was going? Like, why not? Why can't we just have a game we can just single purchase and play? I give it to Dara. But people have too much money and very little brains or creativity. I don't know. Very often, people who get in those positions of power as CEOs or otherwise, not always, but most of the time, they're usually a type of person, and they are not always the best person to get into that position. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta be a certain way to get to that point. To that position. Not always, but a lot of times. Let me buy things again. No more subscriptions and gacha, please. I know. I'm so tired of the gacha. I hate it. I just could put up with it because it was a very, very mild-mannered gacha as far as gachas were concerned, and I want to play Kingdom Hearts. I want to play Kingdom Hearts so bad. I could put up with it. Cross took, what, like 5 to 6 years to finish? Counting its previous incarnations is key? Something like that. It was around, but the thing is, it was also a much lower cost to upkeep. You know, versus a GPS phone game. Okay, so closer to 8. Really? Oh my god. GPS game was always a hard sell to anyone outside Tokyo. That's true. Like, some of the, you know, there are GPS games that obviously have found success here in the States. Largely Pokemon Go. I mean, I played Pikmin Bloom. There are others. There's like the Monster Hunter one and other, you know, it's largely Niantic, right? But like, they're around. But it is a lot more difficult. I had, one of my friends went to Japan, right? And this was after we had started playing Pikmin Bloom, and it was so wildly different playing fucking Pikmin Bloom in Japan versus here, where it was just like, good luck getting in the, like, because you have like raids, but you're fighting. Niantic did Niantic just get bought out? I don't know. I'm not keeping up on that or anything. Anyway, it's like a whole other fucking game when you get out there. It was so competitive just to get on mushrooms or to plant anything, because like Pikmin is like you plant flowers, you can send your Pikmin to fight mushrooms to get more nectar to plant more flowers, and that's kind of the game loop. It's nothing crazy, right? But it was like here is like everything is so expansive, or like, you know, God forbid you live in a rural area, you're fucked, right? But like, you know, it's so different. If you don't live at least in like a city or something, otherwise you're kind of just shit out of luck. And when you're doing it in Japan, it's a completely different ballgame. So like, all I get are coins. Oh, to be in Japan. Do you scan when you're near restaurants? Have you tried? That's how you get other ones. Do they show up as like you see the restaurants they're listed? Yeah, like LA and San Francisco have a lot more folks. Like, yeah, living in like a city of some kind, you're gonna have a better time. And that's just a lot of, you know, Japan. You're gonna go to like a densely populated city. So yeah, it's like super competitive out there. But even then, like the way that this was like formatted for Missing Link was like, it was a lot less about having to physically walk places, because you could just you just had a points pool that you could use to pay to like interact with things farther away from you. So how it would work is like, if you walked around and you had your GPS mode on, you would garner these points just doing stuff. So, you know, fuck it, you have to go to work, or you have to walk down to the corner store, or you gotta do whatever the fuck, right? You would be racking up points while you do that. But you also get it from doing quests and fighting guys and, you know, all this other stuff. When you're not on GPS mode, you can free control, run around with your little guy, and you could run somewhere super far away, see some little thing you want to get, and go to interact with it. And you can free run all you want, but like depending on how far away the thing you're interacting with is from your location, it will change how many points you have to spend to do it. And that's how it worked. That's what it was, in a way that I was like, oh, that's actually a really nice alternative. Like, you can break away from your location and just run around and do whatever you want. And then, you know, and then just like, I don't know, you can pop back, basically. You can even set like teleport kind of waypoints. So you could be like way out there and be like, I'm gonna set my waypoint here. So you could just be wherever and then teleport to your waypoint, wherever the hell you set it. So that was pretty cool. And it was a little more lenient for something that was supposed to be like a GPS game. It wasn't super hard locked to your like location. Thus, I thought it was maybe going to survive, that it was going to succeed. You know what I mean? I wanted it so bad. So, anyway, anguish. I know. Anguish, death, dying. What? No. No, no, no. Two seconds. I wanted to go to Disney. I know! I wanted to go to Disneyland with it so bad, dude. So fucking bad. Okay. have been so awesome. I want to play Dream Drop on the plane to Disneyland. Good times. Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I just will be happy to get whatever. Seeing this stuff truly does make me feel a lot better. It gives me anything to hold on to. It, like, gives me something, like, real, you know, to, like, hold on to, and not just some, like, well, we're working on KH4, because that's all we got with Missing Link for so long, was like, well, yeah, it's happening. And granted, even then, we got trailers, we got release dates, etc., and then it still went away, but, like, that is not happening with Kingdom Hearts 4. You know, one was a mobile game in a dying market with a company that's floundering monetarily after some bad decisions, that also is known to close out mobile games and has been like shuttering them pretty steadily, right? So didn't bode well for it. Being told it's real and seeing it is very different, for 100%. This is, you know, big AAA, like this is Kingdom Hearts 4. This is, nothing's happening to this guy outside of coming out at some point. But wow, it's real. Wow. Oh, thank God. Tumblr, the general vibe is the Lawrence clip where he's like, I'll take it, but I'm offended. Right. Okay, I'm kind of glad Mickey's included among the screenshots. Just so my one friend who still insists there will be no Disney and the Disney game will stop saying it. Even though Kingdom Hearts 4 reveal trailer had Donald and Goofy in it. Else is so happy the graphics and models are on the tier of FF7R. I was ready to be mad that they gave Final Fantasy VII the golden treatment and not Kingdom Hearts. Run ever tabbed, I just... I forgot you weren't here to remind me. Anyway, that's silly. But also, like, Nomura had spoken before, even on KH3, that was like, yeah, they were like, well, I mean, yeah, we could have made this look like so, like, super detailed, super, like, beautiful, pretty, or whatever, but it's not that it looked bad, but they were like, we're trying to hit a specific look, you know what I mean? They're trying to have this, like, stylized look, but in an engine they're kind of unfamiliar with, right? So, like, making it look like Final Fantasy VII was... It probably would have been the easier route, which is funny. But no, they weren't going to skimp out on this or anything. It's something where it's like, also, they... For the setting that they're in, they're going to look. I've been here the whole goddamn time. Well, you didn't remind me. I feel conflicted over the KH3 graphics, but it's mostly good. I see what they were going for, and in some places they look more polished than others because it just had a very, you know, iffy development cycle. And so, given time, I think that, like, they would have reached the polish, but... Yeah, I think Remind looks much better. I think Remind had a really nice, like, they had finally had time to make it work and know what they were doing. So it just looks nice. Anyway, fine, I'll tab over. Right here. At Gabby's request, they smoothed out and made Riku prettier, especially compared to 2.8. Her looks so pretty in the new shots, I know. Actually looks great as a standalone, to be honest, but it's definitely the growing pains of switching engines given form. 100%. Absolutely. That's very much what it is. Where it's just like they had it so on lock with like the prior, you know, entries. Like they really knew what they were doing. They could bust Dream Drop distance out in a year, so clearly they had a handle on it, right? But you know, what is this you're giving me? What is this you're sending me? Folks want to stay in the know about anything Kingdom Hearts or any other franchises. Sign up to the Square Enix mailing list. Interesting. I actually like this style a lot. Nice balance of cartoony and realistic. The Cage 3 secret ending is very, yeah. Wow, oh my god. This? Whoa. I get to be in front of it this time. Usually I would turn myself off, but this time, I'm here. And I'm wet on the pavement. Wow, Riku? Oh my god, guys, I'm lost in Shibuya. Put that in a blue sky. I don't know. I think it was Gummy Ships who made it. Hold on. Sorry, this spot really quick. Because again, remember as I was saying earlier that David Gallagher has been streaming. He started playing Persona 5. And so obviously this would come up at some point. And so he had said some line that was, "Oh my god, guys, I'm lost in Shibuya." And it was like put over this exact part. It's just really funny. Let me go back just a little bit. Let's see him again. He's so cute. Oh my god, and he can't see the light. It's obscured. Oh my god, my eyes. Whoa. You're 2 kilometers apart and they don't have phones. Dude, it's all wet. Beautiful night sky. It's like that. It's almost like a scene where it had just stopped raining. Like a certain scene where it's just raining. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yogi Park is the only major obstacle between them. And still insists that for a brief flash it looks like the tree meter symbol is reflected on Riku's back as he's walking away. People hated Riku's Cage 3 outfit, but the plaid on his jacket was so cute. Sways as he walks like a skirt. But he's got some swish, you know? See, the thing I love, that it's not just he's like, hee, right? It's the fact that he, like, holds his hands up and then he's kind of like, you know, a little bit. And it's very much like setting, like, we're setting the scene, right? And then to be like, kind of a thing.
Yeah, director. Yeah, he's very much in control. This is something that he's just like, yep, okay, you know. He's laying the scene out. He's ready to go. Oh, the two beating red heart. I know, I'm so excited. Wow. Wow. I wish we could listen to Simple and Clean. Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited. So excited. Seeing that we, like, have segments where we play as Mickey. I hope we have segments, too, where we play as, like, Donald and Goofy. Just a little bit. Like, just a little bit. You know what I mean? Where they're walking around trying to figure it out. Which screenshot is the background? The English or Japanese post? What? What? It means Donald and Goofy segment. Yeah, that's what I want. Yeah, this one is the Japanese one because there's Japanese right there. This one is the English one. So you can see too where this is like, it's like a spiral. There's a little converging point right here. You can see they've been like arcing like this. It's specifically 3 chains. I think that is also of note. This game sure do love trios. 3 keys, you know, 3 chains, why not? Dude, the hearts and the stars and the horseshoes and the clovers and balloons. The pots of golden rainbows and the... Pots of golden rainbows and the... blue moons. What are your DMs right now? I need to know if I'm cooking. Lucky charm. I love this DM you've sent me, and it's just whatever. I don't care. I mean, I see. I'm seeing. Japanese has that one Heartless that's doing the boogie, dude. I also can't wait for Deltarune. Hey, you know what? At least we have Deltarune, right? We have Deltarune soon. Isn't that exciting? Playable looking Mickey is the most insane part of this IMO. It's honestly, it's the balance we needed with something to chew on like this. It's like the balance that we needed. You know, like, yes, we're seeing Sora doing some little action-y thing. Yes, we're seeing Strelitzia looking beautiful and in Unreal Engine 5. Some phone or whatever, and then it's just like, wow, the thing we know, oh, beautiful, oh, Sora, and then Mickey fucking Mouse and Scala and Kylum. Like, this is what we needed. To really give us, like, it's like a full, like, spread. At least we have Silksong, and we do have Silksong. Riku's right there. Guys, trust. He's just over here. I promise. I promise. I'm feeling it. Feeling it right here. See, this is him.
And that's him. Sora's looking. On the borderline of being, you know, tentatively, like, excited. Like, happy. You see him? I love this song. Imagine it's just Yozora. I did have that thought. I was like, what if it just turns out it's Yozora, actually? Look at him. Someone managed to figure out where Sora is. Well, yeah, I recognize, like, this bit of, you, like, run around up here in Niotui. We're waiting for Mickey's field trip to Skalid Kylum. The whole place fascinates me because A, it doesn't look anything like Ephemer's Scala for some mysterious reason, and B, except for Goatnort's tea party, the whole place is entirely uninhabited. I'm just crying a little because Riku left at a beam of blue light. He's on his way to Quadratum. He's going to Sora. What else could that blue light be? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, we already know he's gone. He's gone specifically to find Sora. You know what I mean? He's the only one who left. It's a whole big deal that it's Riku who is leaving. We had a whole secret episode showing Riku and Sora and the importance of them being together in a city with a guy who looks like the both of them, and Master of Masters being like, yeah, alright, looks good to me, you know, whoop, you know, like, I'm pretty sure it's important that the both of them are gonna be there. You know, and then in-universe acknowledged that that what we saw, like, Riku had been dreaming it for a fucking year, like, repeatedly. So, you know, having some big fucking big dude explodes and then having, like, that be the scene. This is the one. Could be. It's fun to think about, though, right? Riku needs his princess moment. See, we just need, like, the equivalent. We need the, now Riku gets to crash in and save Sora, and Sora gets to be in awe. You know what I mean? Especially if he's, I don't know, kind of figured some things out for himself a little bit. You know what I mean? Because that's actually crazy. Like, once was already crazy. The fact that it happened once at all. The trap gets set in motion, then Riku will get his princess moment at the end. What's this song called? This is from Rebirth, specifically. Aerith's theme choir version. Sora's aura-ing out. Look at him. Looking on into this light. Like, do you think he's, like, just moved forward? Is this car behind him this car? Because, I mean, we're seeing, like, I'm pretty sure these are related, right? Because at first it's like, he looks like he's in the same spot, but, like, look, you can see up here, there's, like, that foggy, smoky stuff. You can see some sparkles floating around. I just think these scenes are related. I think this is the dark side having been exploded, dispersing into these little crystalline, watery flecks of whatever, everything blowing away beautifully, and then there's this bright, bright fucking light on the other side. And he's looking into the light. And that light's gonna be somebody. Hydrate and stretch them limbs. Air, we'll switch to the standing desk. How about that? Crystallizing like a lassie and exploding. We're going back. Come on up. Rise. Everybody please rise. Hello. My Suriku shirt, yeah. Where is your anger? Rise! Rise! Damn, this shirt is amazing. Where did you get it? I don't remember. I don't remember. Might have been Hot Topic. The see-through keyblades. Look, they're gray, okay? But the light gets it all fucked up. Sekai wa hikari to yami de dekiteru. The world is made of light and darkness. There you go. I got a Dream Drop Suriku shirt a few days ago. Nice. Anytime a design on your shirt chroma keys out, it's pretty funny. Dude, my eyes will chroma key out half the time. There's no winning, honestly. What if Riku and Sora can only talk on that phone? See? Isn't that great? Imagine if you will. I'll take you on a journey. Follow with me, okay? Follow on. Imagine. Because it's been a year Sora's been missing. He's been living here for like a year. And he keeps having these dreams about Riku coming to find him. Okay? That's fanfic shit if it's only them, yeah. You know, and he Ryan. No, it's the same. But it's like this idea of like, you know, he keeps having these dreams about Riku like all year long, and eventually he's just like, you know, pieces are kind of falling into place for him and stuff, and he keeps trying to like, he's using the phone to try and talk to Riku a little bit, you know, kind of like in this idea of like almost like leaving messages over the course of a year. Consider over time, though, that he keeps doing it. I don't have a lot, but I'm thinking about that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's all. I was just thinking about, like, imagine, like, you know, it's something where it's just, like, he can't talk to him in his dreams, but he does try to talk to him through this, like, little phone, and maybe they'll reach him in some way. See, imagine that before he, like, hangs up the phone, he says, I'll see you soon. How's that for you, huh? I hope you just kill me. I'm like thinking Sora's been in Quadratum for a year by himself. Other hand, I feel like there's enough precedent set for the time to be a little fucky. The only thing is I think that Nomura would want to keep their ages kind of close to where they are in relation to each other. You know what I mean? He definitely looks older here, but he's also realistic.
But it is just weird. We have no fucking clue, dude. We don't know a goddamn thing. Like, what if he's just been for like a year fucking fighting Yozora in his dreams, and then eventually he like popped out and he's been like spending, I don't know, like a couple weeks, but it's been a year. Who fucking knows? Talk to you later. See you soon. Or having a year by himself and conscious this time to actually process everything would be pretty crazy. It'd go pretty hard. It would go pretty hard. Yeah, a year inside his dreams. Maybe even just like half, like 6 months, and then he gets a few months by himself. Whatever. It's gonna be very much like a hand wavy. What the fuck is that? Hey, what is this? Oh, this is up here. Because I have it kind of far back. Part of me thinks Cage 4 is going to be the year Sora is missing and the end will be Riku gets there. I doubt it. I don't think so. That would be difficult to postpone. Like, I don't think like a full fucking, like, a lot can happen in not very long, right? And think about like a full fucking title. Think about a full fucking video game. You know what I mean? This is a whole sale. This is Kingdom Hearts 4. A lot can happen in that one game. You could go half the game. You could go 75% of the game. And then Riku finally shows up. But to go the whole way and just be like, well, that's just the year and some stuff happened and they took it really slow. There's like kind of only so much you can do, you know, unless you're going to make a whole thing out of it, and then Riku just shows up, I guess. Especially when they're kind of starting to run out of time as far as Nomura's, like, you know, retirement. That would be ridiculous. First I thought it might only be 7 days for Sora, but that would make their age and experience gap even wider. Yeah, and that's why I think it's probably not that. How would Goofy and Donald choke over Riku? I don't think so. I mean, I think they're probably going to be looking around, you know? There, fixed it. Ugh. Oh, it's the one that's combined with Somnus. Let's see. If I'm proving wrong, this is just what I was thinking based on the one trailer. Any ads coming in? Feeling generous right now. I mean, no, I don't have my ads turned on. I haven't had them turned on for a long time because they were annoying to deal with. So I just have it as a, you know, you show up and there's some ads that play, and then they run their course and it's fine. Honestly, the amount I was getting from ads are not that different, like at all. So. Will be the real world and K-Tron will be their own fiction, so Disney characters never being able to cross realms would make sense thematically. I don't know. I don't think that's off the table. I must view ad for small money. Sadly, must sort of been alone for a year, but I'm conflicted. We'll just have to see. You know, if it were up to me, I wouldn't have chosen for it to be an entire year in the first place. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I remember I was surprised, and I'm not necessarily a fan of just like, let's just throw in another like time skip kind of a thing, especially because it's just like, I feel like after a year it would grow a lot more desperate to try and find him. You could have gotten me with a fat 6 months and I would have been like, yeah, I can believe that they're like trying really hard. First one to say E gets a surprise. Okay. It was a weird choice to make it a year instead of like 3 to 6 months. But you know what? A year is easy. 1 year. 6 months is too fiddly, right? Because then suddenly the course of a month is going to matter. It's more like time has passed, you know, and yet it has not happened. Time skips, but it can't be crazy. I'm just not sure about how they're going to handle if Quadratum is going to be on the same time axis. I'm not sure. It seems like it could go either way. It's hard to know, but I think that, like, at the end of the day, the point is more going to be about, like, it's something where, like, the nitty-gritty of the details in that regard aren't going to matter so much as having Sora and Riku still be that general, like, age that they are to each other. You know what I mean? Kind of soft confirms Riku is done growing, I guess Kairi too. So, like, I think no matter what, it's going to service, obviously, like, Sora and Riku and their journey and doing their stuff together, etc., etc., versus any technical little, like, oh, well, you know, but actually he was only there for 7 days, so technically he's still, like, 15, and it's just gonna be like, why? So, yeah, aging him a year makes sense, and it's more so about, like, time has passed and we still haven't found him. Everybody's been trying, but everybody's also been kind of getting on with their lives, and also people are worried because Riku's been running himself ragged, and dreaming for a year. So, you know. Also, nobody has said E. So sad. Shannon was ready. Trigger, like, finger on the trigger. Whoa. Now let's see if Shannon was paying attention. Boom! Hey, there we go. Thank you, Shannon. Very sweet of you. Just hand wave it as Sora technically was actually asleep for a year, just like in between. Yeah. And so he aged, but like he wasn't there for it or something, but would have said E, but I don't watch streams that often. Like, never. Fair enough. I know you're a VOD watcher, but today was special. Besides dreaming of Sora, how was he helping the search effort during the day? He was definitely checking in with everybody constantly, I am sure. Again, I will take anything because I'm sure it'll be juicy. I think so. I will take whatever. The fact that they were like, hey, you know, Master Yen Sid sent me blah, blah, blah. And she's just like, they've been like worried about you, dude. They're starting to get kind of worried about you. And it's just like, really? Wait, really? Hold up, what's the song?
The one that just started or the one that was just playing? The one that has just started now, that's playing right now, Heaven Pierce Her from Ultra Kill. The one before was like Somnus that you were hearing, that is played in 15 but was a part of Versus 13, and we hear a little bit of Somnus in the trailer, in the, not the trailer, but the secret movie. Hold on. Let's see. Mix is a calm version. The actual song has some breakcore. Okay. Got FF15 recently for free, so I'm looking forward to know slightly more about what Versus 13 would have been and what from that might carry over to Cage 4. Yeah, 15 is definitely different, but it's kind of built off the bones. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't take it as like, wow, this is what 13 would have been, because it's not, but it definitely, you know, yeah, definitely play the DLC. If you're playing through 15, make sure to play the DLC, because it really helps it so much. Which may be included if you're playing like the Royal Edition, I think. I can't remember. There's something. Yeah, the DLC is, yeah, this game would have been like if they had time. Exactly. Because there's a lot of good shit in the DLC. Let me go up just a little higher. Boop. There we go. I was like hitting the top. Where do I find the screenshots we're looking at? Oh. Kingdom Hearts Twitter. See? See? There you go. Now we became a different animal from Versus 13. I guess I just want to know more context on what was doing details-wise. I mean, you'll definitely get to see more. You'll get to see it versus not seeing it at all. It's a bit of a mess of a game, but there's a lot of good in it, for sure. There's a reason people like it a lot. But it is messy. Is it him? Is it? Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Let's see. Damn, today sure is a day. Today sure is a roller coaster of a day of emotions. of, you know, crying and crying and then having, like, a delicious cake dropped on our laps at the funeral. And then we're eating it and we're kind of like, well, I mean, the cake's really good. But, like, he's dead. He's dead. He died. How could they do this to us? Tetsuya Nomura's wild ride. Dude, I don't think he fucking... I just can't in my heart bring it to be his fault. You know what I mean? I just don't think that... I think he just wants to tell stories. And he's just fighting people every step of the way. Yeah, no, He's playing Prominence and then researching Versus 13 after. We could then maybe predict what might show up in Cage 4 based on whatever they exclude from Versus. You could also check out Final Fantasy 13. Because that was one that was supposed to be a part of the Fabula Nova Crystallis, which was that group of games that was going to be on that shared lore and theme. So Versus 13 and like what is now just 13 and the other one that actually did come out, what is it, Type 0? Just like that, the general circumstance of Kingdom Hearts. Square Enix wanted to do sub-franchises, yeah. But 13 has a lot of stuff to do with, like, crystals and a lot of lore around how that worked, and it's really interesting. It's very difficult to digest. Does 13 have turn-based combat, though? Because I'm allergic to that. No, it does not. 13 has a different system that's really interesting. So you should be fine. If you don't like turn-based combat, 13 will be your friend. Is it fun? What, Final Fantasy 13? I think so. I didn't technically play it. I watched my roommate play it. And the combat's, like, interesting, for sure. You kind of, like, let them go off by themselves, but you have to, like, set the modes that they're in. And you have these different, like, combos of, like, settings that you can have for them. They're really neat. And also, genuinely, I just really like the cast in that game. I think they do a really good job of being, like, they fight on their own, that's cool. Yeah, it's sort of like, you do sort of have control over them, but, like, you set them to be at certain, you're like, okay, you guys are healing, and then this guy's attacking, and so they're, like, dumping health into, you know, or you have somebody tanking and doing stuff, and it's like, you can teach them these different, like, branches of stuff that they can learn, and just have them fucking fire off. As well as there's, like, a pressure gauge system. So, you know, you're, like, building up damage and damage and damage until the meter fills, and then the pressure breaks, and then, like, suddenly you're going, you know, destroying them. What's this? Love that. They sure be standing, though. You know what I mean? Right before he sees Stella. Who could he be seeing? Who could he be seeing? Who or what? Let's be fair. I don't want to, you know, but, like, who could he be seeing? I'm struggling to stay awake right now. I woke up at 4 a.m. Could not get back to sleep. Jesus. I'm so sorry. Dude, go to sleep. This will be up. You can look at it later. Sometimes I'm like, look, okay, this is just a callback, or is he just standing? I mean, here's the thing. What I will give is that both of these are looks of, like, recognition. Like, they're seeing something, right? And we know for a fact that Noctis is seeing Stella, and as I was trying to describe, you know, Sora's expression is like he's definitely seeing something, and it's like this tentative but like
you know, there's like almost like there's like am I about to be like, oh my god, you know, it's so just like it's the recognition there's something there and he's looking at it. But just in case it's a callback, I will cornplate about it, right? You may as well, who cares? Getting messages from Canary that say, I'm insane. I'm so insane. Not even saying it in chat. Just sending me a message. I am insane. Looking at their love interests. This is juicy, delicious. I just wanted to, and I do know. And I saw it. And then I told everybody else. When we see the footage, it'll be more clear if it's actually like a callback. Yeah, but also, you know, I'm glad this is brought up as just a comparison point because I'm like, I'm seeing this and I'm like, he's seeing something. He's looking into this light. This glittery, beautiful, this big light breaking through the clouds. Who is it? Who is that over yonder? You know? And then it's fucking Riku. Gonna draw Gage for Sora so much. Yeah. Maybe I'll draw him some more now that we have these other kind of angles, and he's got a little wristwatch. I think that's so cute. Something about it. We have 3 images and a dream. It's like he's discerning. Yeah. Wow! Oh, here's a fun update for you guys. I'm gonna get an MRI on my back just to see what the fuck's going on there. That'll be nice, and I'll get answers or no answers, but then that itself is an answer at least, so then that'll be something. Finally, yes, finally, I finished my physical therapy, and then I went to the doctor, and she was like, okay, we can finally, you know, go on with it. So now I gotta wait for that to get approved, and then I can schedule the MRI and just see what the hell's going on down there. You know what I mean? Dude, someday my prince will come. Someday we'll meet again. Hope you get an answer soon. Hey, me too. It'd be nice to be able to stand for more than like 20 minutes at a time without my back getting upset. Like, it's never like a sharp pain, it's just like a dull kind of, it's the compression. It gets really crunchy and it's unhappy. And I always have to bend over to try and, you know, fix my back and decompress it. Wahoo for surmounting insurance hoop jumping, man. Yeah. Yep. Which is funny because, and I think I may have said this before, but when I went into my physical therapy the first time, right, because I brought it to my doctor and I was like, I should get an MRI. And she was like, I agree, but insurance won't. So, you need to go to physical therapy for like 6 weeks. And after that, then, yes, we can ask for the MRI. So, I go into physical therapy and I'm talking to my lady and I'm explaining what's going on and how I've dealt with this since I was like 11. And I was like, my back is bad, doc, you know, and I'm explaining all this, and she's like, looking through my files, she's like, have you gotten any, like, imaging done of your back? Because, like, you know, I feel like, and I was like, no, actually, that's why I'm here. So, you know, cut to my next physical therapist person, who I did one for 3, and then I did another for another 3. And so I talked to this guy, and, like, I'm going through, and I'm doing all this stuff, and we're hitting the end of my physical therapy, and he's like, has this been helping? And I'm like, I guess, like, it's not like it ever hurts to, like, build muscle and exercise and do all this stuff. Like, you know, it helps, I guess. But, like, I still have, like, back problems, you know what I mean? And he was like, oh, have you considered maybe getting some imaging done on your back? And I was like, well, you know, let me tell you why I'm here. And so now, finally, I got to go to the doctor today, and she was like, yeah, okay, let's finally put it in.
So, here's to getting it figured out. Anyway. And we're gonna hear Destati, though? We have to. We're gonna hear fucking Destati? Ooh, what's gonna happen to the dive to the heart at the start of Kingdom Hearts 4, huh? We're gonna wake up on the couch after a dive to the heart. Remember the last one we had? Remember how it was KH1? And Riku was the light? You remember? You remember how he was the light in Sora's heart? What are we gonna do this time around, huh? Same story for me with an issue I have with my foot. I'm so sorry. Have you seen the Bedroom Eyes Goofy plush? No. Maybe the missing link was in your back this whole time. All right, let's go. Oh my god. I'll print out a requisition for your MRI. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shannon. I have to go to the bathroom again. Sorry. Remember, IBS moment. I got IBS. I can't do anything about it. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, I promise. Okay? Get a CT scan of your face for... Yeah. My god. I can't do anything about it. You just came back too fucking bad. Do you think I have fun running up and down to the bathroom all the fucking time? My god. Bitch, I just came back. I will be right back, okay? All right? Thank you for your patience. I will return. Hope the lights go off on you. They won't. Not here, but they do in the restaurant. I'll tell that story later, but it happens all the time in one restaurant I go in and I die, and then the lights turn off on me and I just have to deal with it. Anyway, I'll be right back, okay? Okay. Hello, I'm back. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. I was dying on the toilet a little bit, but I'm fine. But I made it. I'm okay, if you fucking care. I should have died on that toilet. Can't stop watching the Sariku kiss in my mind palace. Yeah. Me every night when I'm going to bed. And I'm like, wow, oh my god. You know, then I go to sleep. Dude, bad tummy crew. What can I say? I got bad guts. I eat natto like every day and I still end up this way. But also, frankly, every time it's just like, you ever just stand up and then everything's just like, oh, all right, time to go. And you're like, okay, fine. Me. I can't think about on-screen, off-screen Sariku kiss or my blood pressure shoots right up. Yeah. There's just so much potential. There's so much beauty in the world, you know? Who is he looking at? Who is he? Not me, but like, who is he looking at, huh? What is all of this? And what is he looking at? Definitely Riku. It has to be. Guys, trust. All right? I brought this, I proposed this all to you. We've clipped it. Now we just have to see where the cards fall, you know? Sariku Kiss with dearly beloved background music is going to take me out back and put me out of my misery. Fog is blue tinted too. Is blue is Riku's color. That's more evidence. Exactly. We know this. We were taught this. We were taught colors. We were taught colors. It's at school. Okay? We were taught colors at school. We were taught colors at school. See? We were taught colors. Colors. Sora is the red-orange. He's warm colors. Shut up, whatever's playing. Hold on. And then there's Sora, and Sora looks, and then blue. And if that wasn't enough for you, if you're like, well, the car is there, and that's what you sound like, and that's what you fucking sound like. What are these, huh? What's this shit? What's all this, huh? All right, now, who's this one? What's this one? Class. What do we say when we see the orange one? Sora. Very good. Okay. All right. I can't. This is backwards for me. Okay, listen. My hands are cut off. What do we do when we see this color? Who's this color? Apollo? What color? Very good. Very good. What do? We cry, shit, and fart. Exactly. Okay? And we've established the color. It's on Sora's hand. Okay? See the orange? And then there's, what is this? What's all this? What's that? Okay. Separate color. We looked at it. Sora's very orange. God damn, dude. Very good. Okay. All right. We're all orange. Now, what's the next color, guys? What's the next one? What color is that? Who is this? We've established the colors. Riku is blue. Now he's looking at Sora. And Sora is looking at Riku right there, but it's blocked. But it's blocked because he doesn't know. He doesn't know himself. Riku knows what he's looking for. He knows he's looking for Sora, who is obviously bathed in this warm light, right? And then Sora, he doesn't quite know who he's looking for yet. He doesn't, it's there, it already exists, but he doesn't quite have the answer. But it doesn't mean it's not there. He just he hasn't figured it out yet for himself. Okay, all right. We're swapping, and the color palettes are changing. Riku, blue. Sora, orange. There's some green. More warm color palettes. More cold color palettes. Okay, all right. Now we've got Sora. He's got some blue in the back. Okay, then we got Riku. We got this angelic. Look at that. Look at all this. Colors have always been gay. All right, okay, now what have we learned in color school, guys? What have we learned? What's up here? What's that color up there? We got all this blue, and what's that color? What's this light? Is that red? Good, good, that's red. Okay, now we have red cast onto Yozora, who has, what are those colors in his eyes? Class. Class, what color? What color are his eyes? The green stands for Niku. Yeah. Heterophobia. Very good. We've got red and blue. You're right. And we know what colors we know what that's supposed to mean. We got red and blue, and we have Riku, who is blue, and Sora, who is red. Now that we know the colors that we learned in color school together, okay? Now we have Yozora, and he has the red light cast onto him while also looking strikingly like Riku. Riku's color school. There's a lot implied here. This could, have a number of meanings, like, here's Yozora, right? And that he looks like Riku, but he has a part of Sora in him, which is already implied by the color of his eyes. But also, we don't know where Sora is. And he could be inside Yozora. All right? The light could mean that Sora's heart is located in this bad boy right here. All right? This guy. Tennille, welcome. Did you see what I sent you in Discord? You need to piss? Okay, take the hall pass, okay? Just make sure you take the hall pass. It is the big rubber chicken, yeah. Yep, it has a key on it, yep. Very good. Thank you. I see you're at it again with the color. I'm teaching class, okay? Never noticed how jacked Yosaura's arm is before. It's very toned, but not very big. When in doubt, I just assume the meaning is gay. I think that is a very safe bet. I think you can't go wrong if you're kind of on the general assumption that the story is servicing the conclusion of Sora and Riku's relationship is they're probably gonna like kiss on the mouth or something, then you're probably on the right track. So, all right, so we have this. We have the colors, all right? Sora may be in here, especially we get the pulsing. Now we have Master of Masters, and this has less to do with colors, but this is still symbolism in film, okay? Here he is at a high point, okay? I wish I just could... I need to make myself, like, bigger or something. Hold on. This isn't working. I need to point more at the rest of the screen. Whoa, I fucked that up. Hold on. Great. Cool. I can at least do this. All right. All right, everybody. You see? You see? You see how Master of Masters is here in the foreground? All right. You see the composition? He's overlooking the city. All right. And then the weather is going to start rolling in. You see those clouds? This is a storm that has passed. Everything has rained. We have clarity. All right. We've got the moon clear in the sky, and Master of Masters is sitting there. I keep thinking that I'm like, okay, Master of Masters is supposed to be like behind me here, but it's not how it works. Okay. There we go. High of 70. Yeah, high of 78. Clouds are going to roll in. Okay. Causing a gentle and pleasing, but, you know, not too obstructive breeze. A great day for a picnic. I love this image. Thank you for making it. What is that? I'll get to that in a second. Anyway. So yeah, here he is in the foreground, and you see how he's framing with his hands like this, right? Like a director would. He's in control of what's happening right now. This is what this shot is telling us. All right? This is like a setup for him. He has put all the pieces in place, and film is about to start rolling. Okay? He has his plan set, and the stage is ready. Okay? The players are in play, in fact. You see? He's playing with his toys, but he's enacting a plan. And he can get silly with it. See? There he is. And then we have the perfect. Incredible. You see that? You see? This is Kingdom Hearts. This is Kingdom Hearts right here. But also, this is the outcome for this is, we're setting this up. That's what's going to go there. And this could mean a number of things, you guys. How do you do the... Is it like this? No. Like this. There we go. This one's like harder. Can you do the K-poppy one? What, this? Because this is also kind of the... I see this a bit too. But then also there's... Ding. It's way harder. But it's doable, but it's harder. Versus this is just like, you know... Ding. See, I also like when you do this and you have this like... It's like this border that makes it kind of cute. You know what I mean? It's like... Ta-da! Anyway... Kingdom Hearts. But Kingdom Hearts is light. Is love. Okay? And I think that the players in our scene established have something to do with that. If that mom made a heart like that confirms he's a millennial. Yeah. Uh-huh. He's a boomer. As if doing this would be lost on somebody older than like 40, you know? And there we go, you guys. Color school. So what did we learn in color school, everybody? What do we remember in color school? And the colors? Yeah? Okay, we're gonna start here. What do these colors mean? Okay, what are these colors? Apollo, what's this? Yay, very good. Very good. You get a little treat, okay? You get a little treatums. If I had treat. Want a sip? Want a sippy? Yum yum yum. Yippee! Yeah, you want a pistache? Apollo, you want a pistache? I just woke up. What's this? Are there news? So, right. 1, Missing Link was canceled. 2, to appease the masses, they released screenshots for Kingdom Hearts 4. I'm in the way. That's what happened. Look at this guy. Look at that guy. Look at this fucking guy. Wait, they released... Yeah! Yes, these are screenshots they released to appease the masses, really is the word. They're paying us off, dude. We deserved this, okay? These are the tweets. They're right here. They have one in English and one in Japanese, and I have them both up because this top screenshot is different between them. As well as this Mickey one, but that one doesn't matter so much. See? Screenshots. But I have this because I'm looking. So anyway, all right, everybody. All right, okay? Remember? What are these colors, right? The blue and the orange we just went through. We learned the blue and the orange are... The blue is Riku. Very good. And the orange is Sora. Yes. Yes. Very good. So proud of you guys. So, now we have... You know, as he's literally like defense missiles, gay defense missiles deployed, blows up. All right, he blew up in gay particles, rainbow, sparkly, rainbow, beautiful particles from the gay Tokyo defense missiles. Okay, Quadratum defense missiles. Excuse me. Okay, and now we're surrounded by this beautiful, almost diamond dust pixie fucking ass. Look at this shit. That's glitter. They got it on Pride. I know it got canceled, but I went to bed and nothing but... Look, I've had people come in and they did not know it was canceled, so I gotta run through, okay? Just like when Sora went to save Riku. Yes, very good. So here's the beautiful, you know, cool tone, light, and sparkle particle fucking effects. You know, somebody's gonna have to come and sweep this up or whatever. Blow up, turn to dust, all right? And then suddenly the most beautiful light in the distance peering through just like the, I don't know, the dust, the fog, the clouds. You can see the beams of light, pew, 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 right? Beautiful. And what do we see? What is this? Are we looking through the light with a tentative recognition? With a hope? City smog coming from the sewers? Ninja Turtles coming up saying hi. Miss Robinette. I've only taught the green light means something. This interestingly in schools. I could be a teacher. I don't want to be, but I could be. I know, he's beautiful. Look at him. I hate knowing you'd be the student's favorite. I already am the student's favorite. That's why you're all fucking here. I've been farting around for like 6 hours and there's still like 60 something of you guys sitting in here. I'm teaching 2 classes at once. I had like over 100 of you guys. And the only reason I feel like people drop off is because I have to go take a shit for too long. I only 2 of those in the shitter. Yeah, it's true. So, anyway. Lifted 1 baby weight, and now I dead. Did you lift baby cat, though? Is the real question here. Random ask question. Do you think Sora's clothes getting darker each game is because it looks cool, or do you think it has more significance? It could have significance if Nomura wants it to, but also, a lot of Nomura's character design tastes have just kind of gone down that path for a while. Just a shift is like fashion changes, and I mean, he follows fashion. Stop, focus on me. You look at me. You only look at me. Because it looks cool. I'll be okay if this is the only news we get for him for a while. But it's the tip of the iceberg. Only at you. Got it, boss. Look at me. Look only at me. Fashion updates and Nomura's taste. Update with them. Exactly. That's why there's been less, like, belts and stuff. And zippers and so on. But, like, you know, a lot of it's more, like, modern fashion. Because he just follows fashion. Most of the time. Developed from what would the character wear to what do I want to wear. Yeah. Given the fact that Pirate Sora is wearing a jacket that Nomura owns. You know? But it looks good. It looks appropriate. I have him right here. Don't mind that. The blue screen is really working right now. But this jacket is real and somebody owns it. And it's Nomura. I wonder if the Wayfinder trio will get new outfits. I kind of doubt it. Like, unless they're playing a huge role, I kind of doubt it. But, like, it'd be nice if they got something that reflected even just their new life. You know what I mean? I think that would be nice. Just because I doubt it doesn't mean I wouldn't want that to happen. I just think it would be, like, cool, this is, like, a new era for them, you know? They don't have to be wearing the same stuff all the time. Even if it's, like, just a variation on what we already know them to wear, you know? Let Aqua wear pajamas. I don't fucking know. They're part of the old world. Dude, Riku? This is what plays when you look at Riku. At least Axel and Xion got clothes outside the cloak. They did, even if Xion's outfit is just like an iteration on Kairi's. Which, like, I understand why people don't like it. I at least think the outfit is cute by itself, but, like, I do wish that, you know, Xion got to wear, like, pants. That just feels fitting for Xion, but... But you know what? Maybe, you know, all Xion's ever worn are pants. Maybe she just wanted to try a skirt. Right? Maybe Xion just wanted to try a fucking skirt for once. Feels like her outside clothes should be more street. Yeah, I think I agree. But, and while I may personally agree, I think it should be a little different, but, like, I do think now that I've said it, the idea that she's like, I've never worn a skirt in my life, you know, she's kind of excited about it, is funny at least, but every time I think too hard about the potential of this scene, I take 10 psychic damage and then immediately get healed by Sariku. Thanks, Niku. Yeah, no problem. Anyway. Fuck. Look, he's looking. Look at that. If only we got to see Riku, but I understand if you wanted to leave it a little more down the line. because that's going to get people hyped out of their fucking minds, right? It's going to be crazy. So, you know, if you really wanted to say when they're like, all right, we're getting... I'm your top clipper. Thank you. I'm seeing that. You have the little thing next to you. Clips leader 1. What if he comes back ugly? Not possible. Not gonna happen. That's the thing. He's too much of Nomura's special little boy. Even when I thought, and I was wrong, when I thought I didn't like Braveheart
We're
at
so
first.
back, SORIKUS.
We're so back. I don't think we really were gone, but we're here. Woo! But anyway, when I thought I didn't like Braveheart, and then I found out I was wrong, and that I love Braveheart actually, you know, I think that's just always gonna be the case. To add to the bucket of nice things I'd like but don't expect, I miss Nomura portraits for HP bars. I agree with you. I am very interested
Never left,
in like
never will.
Never left, never will. Yeah. I am interested if this is like a not live action, real time portrait where it like moves when things are happening, because I know Nomura's been trying to make that happen for a long time. I'm still interested in that. But I do miss the illustrations. Granted, that's a lot of assets and that's a lot of extra work, especially when the games are so big. I get it if he doesn't want to do that, but I do, you know, I get it. How could you ever hate Braveheart? I didn't hate it. I just thought I didn't, like, I was like, what the hell is this? But when I saw, like, just the render in full, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, alright, never mind. It's just a fucking sword. It's cool. But that was literally, like, the day it got dropped. I just saw it at a different angle, and then I went, oh, alright, I like it. Never mind. Well, the Subaru mom van key. Keep going back and forth on Braveheart even still. Can you convince me to like Braveheart? When I remember that it looks like, when I think of like Riku's knighthood especially, and that it truly is like a broadsword, and it's also called Braveheart, I'm pretty into the idea. Also the fact that Nomura's like distinctly his notes when designing it is that he wanted it to be like kind of big and like rudimentary. Like he wanted it to be something that was like kind of clunky and large.
So this is a strong mega potion,
like there's like
don't
room
me.
for it to be. The link cancellation was critical damage to me, so this is a strong mega potion. Don't judge me. Thank you for the 42 bits. Lana, thank you. I appreciate it. But anyway, it's supposed to be something that's just like kind of crude even, and so like I think we're gonna probably see more with it, because there's like there are so many things left unanswered. But when I think about it again, it's the knighthood, it's the fact that it's called Braveheart, there's a lot of stuff to it, and I'm very curious to see where it goes. Should have saved their render HUD for 4 instead of 3. So it could be an unreality thing. You know what? That's such a good point. Like, had they held off and just used, like, the illustrations. Literally one of the biggest keyblades. The name is pretty badass. It really adds to the flavor. You have to understand it's about the flavor. Character choice to go from wielding Way to Dawn to Braveheart is so. Who else can wield Braveheart? It's so big. Sora can dry. I think we'll have some sort of evolution like in Cucks. God, I can only hope. I really liked the Keyblade evolution. I really liked it when it was like, you know, a lot of them were Keyblades that already existed. And so usually the middle stage was the one that we were already familiar with. So there was like a lesser version than the one lesser version and the one we knew. And then we got to see a nice, like, really souped up version of a Keyblade we already saw. So we did get something like new out of it. Stroke of Midnight, dude, I miss you. That Keyblade was so good. I also, I loved the Wreck-It Ralph one. I thought that one was really fun. I also loved the souped up Counterpoint. I love that they chose counterpoint of all Keyblades to put in. I also liked the, what was it called? The three fairies one. I thought that one was really cute. I also loved the souped up, the Dwarf Woodlands one. Snow White, because it had like all of the crusted gems. Fairy stars, there you go. Because that one already existed, and then they were like, hey, let's soup it up. And then it looks cute, and I like it. Treasure trove, thank you. Isn't Braveheart like as tall as Sora? About, yes. Kind of like Riku is still getting used to wielding his true emotion and being true to himself. Having something unwieldy makes sense. Yes, I think so. I think you're right. Unwieldy is a good description, I think. Starlight is just so hype. I agree. I think Starlight's super cool. I love to see like the little twisty, like, it's a fun Keyblade. I like it a lot. Caught the Cucks nerd. I know every Cucks Keyblade. I have a hard time remembering names a lot of the time. I can remember all of them. I can remember like their stage and everything, and then you'll ask me for a name and I'll be like, like I'll remember some, but like rattling my stupid cage. Soon I will read my SRT homework to the class. We'll get to it. Shit keeps happening. Driving me crazy, dude. Wanted to pop in and say, OMG, what does Sora look like? Hey, baby girl. Hi, puppy. It has color school homework in it. I promise. And I taught you, and we had a review class for color school, dude. And I can also tell you how many benches are in Fountain Square, which is significantly more useless, but it's fun. So glad this chat is full of Braveheart truthers. These are the real Riku lovers. Look, the real Riku lovers love all iterations of Riku. Okay? That's the thing. If Riku has anything to do with it, I'm a fan. I like all of his haircuts, even the weird ones, including KH1 Riku, especially KH1 Riku. I love KH1 Riku. I love his big waders. I love his design in KH1, and I love his dark mode suit. I think it fucking whips, dude. When you were goofing off the blades, I was studying the color. I was teaching, dude. Me teaching, you guys studying. He's going to lose his mind seeing Sora again after a year. I know. Oh god, I know. I love Riku, but I didn't like his KH2 model. Am I disqualified? Yeah, you have to leave. Sorry, Oreo. Gotta go! Don't ask a question you don't want to, you want to hear no to. Well, I guess in this case, yes, but... Do you think Sora's health bar there is indicative of what point in the game this happens? Maybe. I mean, it could also just be like, they're just running test shit, you know what I mean? Like, you could do anything. Just for the same can of peaches as Riku in the supermarket. Riku! Even if Riku becomes bald too, I'll still love him. Bald is beautiful. I am ugly and I am proud! I hope the chains he's got going on get called his chain of memories. Yeah. That's one fucking way. That's one thing you could do. Lots of chains. I love seeing these. I love this. He's fucking swoosing around, dude. Look at the fucking... Spinny little vortex. I'm gonna make a Riku hairstyle haircut zine by my damn self. I are those Braveheart Kingdom key necklaces from Hot Topic? I'm so excited for them to arrive. I should get those. Those enemies look crazy. I know. I think, you weren't here for it, but I think that these may be this side's iteration of Shadow Heartless. Like, they're big, right? They're big, but they're very simple. And they have, like, the antenna. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, too, if they're just, like, they're not, but they kind of look like them or whatever. That's fine, too. But, like, given that the dark side looks like it does, these being, like, shadows, because, like, look at the antenna, look at the little yellow eye, it's, like, circular. What's that? Riku head shaving minigame? What a way to show off the hair physics! And then you fucking, you go right on his bald head, dude. Big wet slap. The terrible makeover app. Yeah. He's covered in slime and he's like stinky. Yeah. He's so stinky at the train station and it's freezing. That's for my birthday. Thank you, Dad Nomura. They look very Neo Shadow, but more Sora-ish or like Darklings. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Neo Shadow have like really specific, like they have their really big antenna things, right? Which this is why I don't think, I had the thought too, where I was like, Neo Shadows maybe? I don't think they're Neo Shadows. Like, not quite. Like, look at the way this dude's standing, you know? It's like the Neo Shadows are too like fucking stacked and like sick, you know what I mean? And they got their big but these guys seem so like kind of they've got like nothing else going on, you know what I mean? They could be something else, but they're very Shadow Heartless adjacent. But at the same time, like the dark side, it has like, it's not like it doesn't have the thing, it doesn't have like the hair here, you know, but it's definitely like a big dark side. So it could just be like how things are manifesting, like, because the dark side truly is significantly different than how they usually appear. I guess a shot in the dark, but my bet is that it is a recently changed Heartless in this world. Yeah. Neo Shadows with I could buy that they're hijacked people. Yeah, and that's something we also brought up, but I was like, what if this is just like darkness, like covered people, right? Like, or somebody who lost their heart, right? And so they become a Heartless, but instead of like a little guy, like it's like they're, you know, it's just kind of them. The reason we haven't seen Riku yet is because Nomura wants him to bake in the oven as long as possible. He's gotta be perfect. He said, I designed the perfect boyfriend. They're spiky because in the real world our emotions fucking hurt, dude. See, I think that, like, the way that they're choosing to portray, like, darkness in this way, because when you, again, look at the dark side, it very much kind of threads together into this almost, like, hardened tar, is the best way I can think. Like, look at them. Look at what they look like, huh? And then, like, we have these other guys, and they're kind of, like, it's very, like, rocky. It's both, like, goopy and rocky, yes. Like, there is goo involved, and then there's some hardened shell to it or something, right? And it's just kind of... or something. Like, not all of them have to be direct equivalents, because, like, what are these big fucking fist dudes? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know what this is. Yeah, less airy and more tarish, yeah. And, like, you can see here... Now I'm big and I'm in the way. You can see all this kind of smattery, kind of weird, right? But like these, they don't have to be a direct equivalent because like these guys are whatever the hell these things are, right? And then, alright, where am I? The little dude in the corner, this guy. This. Hey. God damn it, do I have to... where do you want me? blurred. I'm censored. Let me out. Okay. Anyway. I feel like Keiichi Tsurugu was only like 10% away from looking how Nomura wanted him to look just based on his drawings of him. I think the secret ending renderings were kind of perf though. I agree. I don't think everything got translated perfectly. No. I don't know what this is. This better be a video game. Okay, it's Fate Grand Order, okay. Fine. I couldn't see the full title just hovering over it, so. Riku looks extremely pretty. I hope that's what Nomura is going for. I mean, if that's what we got, I'm assuming that's what he's going for. Sorry, I looked over it. I could not be clear on if it was from a game or not. Like, how all the darkness condensed together in the Cage 4 trailer. Make the dark side. Who wants to fetch me the Cage 4 trailer so we can watch it? How about that, huh? Nice. You did it. You won, dude. Okay, hold on. What is... Get out of here. Thanks. Shut the hell up, man. Let me in. Okay. All right. Now I'm like really big. Hold on. There.
自分が望む結末ではなかったと絶望するのなら他の世界に退場すればいい。選択肢は無限にあるはずだ。Dude, Sigurd, pour one out.
あなたはこの世界に来て7日間ずっと眠っていたの。ここはクワットラトム。聖者の世界ではあるけど、私たちにとっては死の世界ってことになるみたい。
Great shot. See how there's so much more like having to navigate through the environment really specifically and not just like jump at wall, jump at wall, jump at wall. I know, the dark side is so cool. Like, what if this is just kind of like a bit of a 30, you know, a third of the way through, maybe a halfway point, where it's like this big shit is happening in the city and Sora has to fight him, and he can't do it by himself. And look who's here to watch. Look at this. Look at this. Huh? like it's important or something. And then, like, maybe that's when Riku shows up because they're fucking waiting for it to play out. That was me. Definitely say, yeah, it is. Dude, they're so cute. They're animated so wonderfully in this. Dude, the best shit ever. Also, the fact that Ray Chase knows Master of Masters' real name. So there was a video where he was talking about it in that you know the line where young Xehanort asks for his name, and he answers and he's like, my name is, and then it's just like light and like you don't hear it. And Ray Chase was speaking on it being like, yeah, well, I mean, I recorded the whole line. They just cut that out, you know, and I think it's safe to assume for use later. IKEA tour. I have to sit down. I would. But I can't right now because my back already hurts. Ugh. Hi. Hello. Yeah, I should probably stop soon anyway, because I've been doing this for like almost 7 hours, but I want a standing desk too. They're nice. The chains of his attached breaking are meant to mean something. IKEA tour. Let's get Sora a new couch. Look, next time I stream, we can do an IKEA tour. But I can only stand for so long before my back starts to really get upset at me. Good night, Gabby. Okay. Okay. I feel like I was saying something before that. Anyway, here we go. See, here's the fight, and they have the fight, and Riku shows up, and it explodes, and Riku's here, and he's looking into the light, and the dust, and the glitter, and the and everything, and it leaving these beautiful, all of this, and then Riku's here. All while Master of Masters is watching. Exactly. Everything's coming to plan. Thinks about how Sora looked up into his heart station and remind. I know. And then just went to him. And the blue light, because it's blue and he's blue. Remember? Look at this shit. Oh my god. I'm so fucking curious. Ooh, I want that so bad. Yo, what? Who's that? Is that baby Jesus? No. Who the fuck? Mickey Mouse? Like, what state is Scala in at this point? You know? Is there anybody there? I want to play as a rat in Scala so bad. The phone kills me. So, Tennille, I'm going to talk about this again. This is really interesting, as like somebody brought this up and they're like, it might be like what's called a wind phone. And it was something started by a guy that he basically set up an old rotary phone and it was not connected to anything. And he used it to try and talk to, like, he was using it as a means to kind of work through his grief as he was talking to his cousin who had died of cancer. and would use this rotary phone in like a phone booth that he had like set up for himself to like kind of talk. And it was this idea that like speaking into the phone, it was a wind phone because it would carry like your words on the wind to the people who need to hear it, the people you miss, you know, etc. And it's something that he went and set up as like a whole thing. We were reading it on this website that was talking about kind of the history of it. And it was just like, yeah, especially after a lot of natural disasters and tsunamis were ravaging all these towns and stuff, and he set this up. Yeah, communication with the dead specifically. And it is called it's a wind phone, a kaze no denwa. And it's the idea that like you speak into it and the wind carries it. You know what I mean? And it's specifically because it's like this disconnected rotary phone. So like they obviously like have phones, and hell, Sora has a fucking like Apple Watch on his hand. Like he's got a watch now. Good for him. I think it's cute. I think it's cute he has a little watch. But anyway, like the technology obviously is not the issue, but there is something clearly symbolic about or the usage of this rotary phone. And because of the whole obviously life and death exploration and theming and etc., that people were like, hey, a wind phone, you know, for speaking to the dead essentially. And like who knows, it may be something that they're using in some way, shape, or form to like it's the sentiment obviously, right? But like what if like I don't know, Strelitzi's using it to try and talk to Lorium, or like Sora's trying to use it to talk to anybody from the other side. Like we don't know. But and I was saying that I was like, what if Sora is like over the course of the year, like, you know, and and he keeps having these dreams with Riku and everything, and he's trying to like send messages, like he's trying to, you know, he's talking through the wind phone and stuff, and it was this like, you know, oh, see you soon kind of a thing, you know, like die. Die. So there you go. The phone is like, I'm so curious what it really is, but that was something that was at least interesting to learn about, was the wind phone. So there you go. That's, who knows what the phone is. I'm very curious. Look at Strelitzia. She looks so cute. Pinch her little cheekies. Tee-hee. Her sweet little smile. You can see the little creases under her eyes. Her little squint. So sweet. So sweet. Love it, love it, love it. And I just think he's looking at the boy, you know? He's looking at something. There's something over there, you know? And you can see in the screenshot, was it this one or was it? This one's the higher quality one. By a little bit, but I could see it. Anyway, you can see in this where it's just like, okay, he's standing, there's a car behind him, and it might be like this car or another car or what have you, right? But you can see that there are sparkles behind him, and you can see that there's kind of like some of the cloudy dust stuff back there. I think there's plenty of reason to believe that like these are the same scenes, because it's in the same area. You can see through here. Da-da-da. He got fucking destoried on red wine. Maybe Strelitzia, Phone, and Mickey are related, if the bottom three are. Maybe. Mickey Mouse Phone. Hello, hello! Absolutely destoried on red wine. They're just so skeletal. To the direct phone line to the rat. I pick up the phone and hear the FNAF intro, but hello, hello, hello. Not gonna lie, but they kind of look like from FNAF. Yeah.
Especially because there's such a jointed little skeletal look, you know what I mean? Like, that's really like a skull with shit on it. Rocks. This version of Passion is so good. Yeah, the orchestral version. See, one thing I'm seeing this, one thing I'm really looking forward to is like the sense of scale. I'm really like hoping that it will feel big, but not like empty, but like it'll just feel to scale. Ooh, Strel, I love her. I like how the top three are warm colors and the bottom three are cool colors. Yeah, I like that too. It's a chain of memories, if you will. Very good, very good. Anyway, we've been looking at this shit all day. I don't remember how far in we were, and we were talking about missing Link, and then now... Then what? Dun, 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 dun. I got 50 subscribers. Oh, nice. Wow. Sorry, I happened to see when I looked over. I do think the Mickey screen cap itches my brain the most out of those, if I had time to pick. Yeah, this is something where, like, seeing this, I was like, no fucking way, right? Like, it's such a, like, this is a confirmation of something we had no idea exactly what we were getting out of this. Like, we had the end of Melody of Memory, and it going like, alright, Mickey Mouse, you're gonna go to Scala and Kylum, you know? And it just fucking hard ends on that. And so it's like, okay, well, how much of that are we going to actually see? Is it going to be like, and then we peek over here and Mickey's walking around like, I wonder what's in here, you know? But now it's just like, we get to play as fucking Mickey Mouse. And there's platforming in this whole, like, we got so much out of just, like, this one screenshot. You know what I mean? Like, oh, cool, yeah, no, we just get to play as Mickey Mouse in some section in Scala and Kylum, I guess. Where everything else is a little bit of a, you know, it's kind of adjacent to, like, the setting we already know. You know, we've seen this area. We've seen Sora kind of use some of the chains. Like, the enemies are all very new. You know, seeing this in the nice bright daytime is very interesting. Seeing all of this, very interesting, obviously. But this is just strictly a confirmation of a whole other aspect of the game we had no idea. Like, wish I could tell. He's definitely wearing his KH3 outfit. I mean, just from looking at it, I could tell you that much. He's wearing his KH3 outfit. The crown shape on one of the bookshelves. Yeah, there's specifically this Scala, like, crown shape that exists. It's not necessarily directly a crown. There's some, like, bits on the bottom, but... Remember KH1 where we got one scene backlit from a distance? Yeah. Obscured and at a distance. I hope Mickey gets a new outfit. I mean, I'm fine if he has the same outfit. I'll take a land of departure. I feel like there's a shared aesthetic there, you know? I mean, they were at Scala, and then Ericus took up, I think, kind of stewarding the land of departure as far as I would understand. So, there is like a... There's like connective tissue there, you know what I mean? Not 100% because you can't see the checkerboard. Yeah, it is kind of hard to see.
But everything else, like, is it. Because, like, you can see I have him here, right? Don't. But, like, his sneakers are the same. They've got the gray in the back. And then, like, we can't see the pattern very well. But, like, outside of the actual, like, kind of gingham pattern that he has on those bits, everything else is, like, the same. Like, his jacket and, like, the fact that it has something on the end. Also, the ends of his pants have it. Like, that's very much his Cage 3 outfit, even if you can't see exactly the... It just seems like the textures didn't quite make it. But otherwise, it's exactly the same in every other respect, so I doubt it's, like, a new outfit per se. Got buckles on his shoe. He does. He's got the gray on the back of his shoes. He's got the bit on the bottom of his short, like his pant legs. He's got the whole end part of his jacket. You can also see that he has, like, let's see, do we get a different look? A little bit. If he gets a new outfit, it would be kind of make sense to use at least the Cage 3 outfit for now in a screenshot like this. It's true. Yeah, new fit would differentiate itself. Yeah, I think there's a point to the fact that, like, his outfit is similar to Riku's, which is similar to Yozora's, and so on and so forth, because I think that there is a connectivity there. I've gone on about it, where I think that Mickey's kind of, in a sense, a Yozora, but of this side, in that he is very... He has a very specific connection between Sora and Riku in ways that other characters have not exhibited. Really, truly, you know, the real trio, Sora, Riku, and King Mickey. And I think on this side, funnily, I think it's going to be like Yozora. Mickey Mouse is Yozora, but of this side. Listen. I don't think I'm wrong. I think that if you have the importance of Sora and Riku and some really important third triangle piece, right? That, like, Mickey Mouse is that here, and then over on this side we have Yozora, right? And, like, Riku has Yozora's outfit and yada yada, but, like, Mickey also has essentially Yozora's outfit. It really just hit me that Sora's wearing a white shirt. He is! He's actually wearing a white shirt. Unrelated to that, I still cannot believe this song is real and exists. It's so stupid good, I know. In Twisted Wonderland, there's theories that the player's character is a version of Mickey. That's funny. Mickey Mouse is their dad and Yozora is their love child. As opposed to, like, a hate child. Which is still very possible. Handsome on him. Child of hate. Of hatred and death and killing. He's a hate child in the sense that he is full of hate. Yeah. Okay, alright. We're about to hit 7 hours of stream. And I'm actually getting a little tired. Right? It's 11 something. And I think it would be funny, especially because I don't think that he'd be around very long, but we could go raid Mr. David Gallagher, which I think would be fun. I think we can do that. Yeah? Okay.
Let's see. Okay. And he's playing Enshrouded. Raid song. Okay. Let me let the music stop really quick. I'm assuming we had a proper mourn for Shimamura's songs for Missing Link. Yeah, I mean, I was definitely upset about it earlier, but I'm at least gonna... Wait, hold on. Real quick. Raid song, everybody. Resident Evil Fart Basement. Turn that shit up. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get the raid going. Shit. I'm back. Stream preview. Muted. Cool. I don't know what the hell he's playing. It's time to raid him. Okay? Alright, it's been fun. I'll feel out streaming. We'll see. Thank you everybody for hanging out. It was good. Let's start the raid. Thank you everybody. I appreciate it. Please say hi to Graven. To Riku Kingdom Hearts himself. Okay? Alright everybody? Goodbye! See you later!